she has roared along with the crowd, witnessed pious religious promises, and she's had sympathy for the devil. And she definitely had about her a touch of royalty, and she gave birth to an immaculate reception. For 30 years, she has commanded the view of the confluence of the three rivers from which she takes her name. And tomorrow, she will pass into history with the legendary names of the people who brought her fame.
Welcome, everybody, to Three Rivers You Can Kiss It Goodbye. I'm Ken Rice.
And I'm Patrice King-Brown. For 30 years, Three Rivers town gathering place for Pirates games, Steelers games, world-class concerts, religious revivals, monster truck rallies, and rib fests.
A lot of stuff. She's hosted 2 World Series, NFL championship games, the Rolling Stones, the Grateful Dead, Billy Graham, and a host of other events that really millions of us have enjoyed.
And KDKA TV has a history at Three Rivers that goes back all 30 years.
And tonight we plan to share some of those wonderful memories with you and with some of the people who made them.
The night Three Rivers Stadium opened, the Pirates played their first game. KDKA TV broadcast the entire newscast from Three Rivers Stadium.
And in the stands was a future KDKA Hometown Advantage sports anchor watching the Pirates inaugurate the new stadium.
Here's Bob Pompiani to share a personal history of Three Rivers Stadium and the Pittsburgh Pirates.
The date was July 16, 1970. I was 10 years old at the time and lucky enough to be there to see the opening of Three Rivers Stadium. My dad got outfield tickets, and we watched the Pirates lose to the Cincinnati Reds 3-2. Now, the price tag of the stadium back then was $35 million, which at the time seemed like a king's ransom. But today, that's just over 1 year's salary for Alex Rodriguez. The Pirates, however, got their money's worth, certainly, while residing at Stadium Circle. How about 9 division titles in 30 years and 2 world championships? In between, some historic memories. One of the bigger ones belonged to Roberto Walker Clemente, who got his 3,000th and final career hit in 1972.
Bobby hits a drive into the gap in the left center field. There she is. For a double.
There were 3 no-hitters at Three Rivers Stadium, the first of which was authored by Bob Gibson of the St. Louis Cardinals back in 1971. 5 years later, the Pirates got a no-hitter of their own when the Candyman, John Candelaria, beat the Dodgers 2-0 in a nationally televised game. And then there was the 1997 combined no-hit gem by Francisco Cordova and Ricardo Rincon. 10 innings of no-hit baseball against the Houston Astros, which also featured a walk-off home run in the bottom of that inning. The Pirates also hosted 2 All-Star games at Three Rivers Stadium, one in 1974 and then another one 20 years later in 1994 in front of the largest crowd ever to watch a baseball game at Three Rivers, 59,363. The game was in the bottom of the 10th. Moises Alou got the double. Jim Leland waved home Tony Gwynn with the winning run in an 8-7 win for the National League. But the biggest moments were reserved for the biggest games. In 1979, Willie Stargell and the family came from a 3-1 deficit to beat the Baltimore Orioles en route to the World Championship. Stargell completed a career year that year by also sharing the league's MVP with Keith Hernandez. The Pirates did everything but win a World Series in the early 1990s when Jimmy Leland led the team to 3 consecutive division championships. Even though the Pirates didn't win a world title, they had the best winning percentage of any team in baseball during the first 3 years of the 1990s. Unfortunately, their best shot at going to the Fall Classic ended with a classic in Atlanta. Game 7, when Atlanta got 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th to beat the Bucks. Jose Linzera and a clutch hit by Francisco Cabrera off Stan Belinda allowed Sid Bream to race home with a series-winning run ahead of that throw by Barry Bonds. Pirate fans were hoping for Three Rivers Stadium to host a 3rd World Series, but because of that night in Atlanta, it never happened. But compared to most teams in most cities, the Pirates had far more highs than lows in 30 years at Three Rivers Stadium. Even though the stadium will disappear during the implosion, the memories will never leave us.
There's a ball hit very deep to right field. You can kiss it goodbye.
All right, thanks, Bob. 30 years of some great memories.
Back when Three Rivers Stadium was designed, all-purpose stadiums with AstroTurf is exactly what every city wanted.
Philadelphia, St. Louis, Cincinnati, and a host of other cities built these cookie-cutter stadiums that were supposed to handle everything better than stadiums custom-built for a particular sport or need.
Three Rivers Stadium was similar to all of them, but it wasn't the only design the city looked at.
No, there were several designs, and KDKA TV's Dave Crawley recently spent some time with architect Bill Sipple, who designed Three Rivers Stadium.
Here's Dave with a look at the all-purpose promise.
State-of-the-art Three Rivers Stadium? Well, 30 years ago, it was.
They're tearing stadiums down across the country, you know, just like they were putting them up in the 60s.
Bill Sipple helped design Three Rivers Stadium with Dieter Ritchie Sipple, now known as DRS Architects. Their work is always on display from his office in Gateway Center.
It is a strong statement in concrete and steel, and of course, that's Pittsburgh.
Gone were the obstructed views of Old Forbes Field. Baseball and football on the same turf? Remarkable.
In hindsight, it's easy to forget that Three Rivers was once the Taj Mahal of multi-use stadiums. 2 years after it opened, the American Institute of Architects gave Bill Sipple's firm their honor award, calling this an ideal field for both baseball and football.
Not anymore. The bowl-shaped stadium will give way to the new models with views of the city. Revolutionary? Hardly. This open-ended stadium, discarded as too costly, was the original plan for Three Rivers.
It was a better compromise for both sports, and it was also a better compromise as far as the overall composition, as you looked at the stadium, and as we all talk about the views out from the stadium.
Sound familiar? Check this out.
Well, this was a study that was done for the North Shore area.
High-rise buildings and restaurants connected to downtown by a moving pedestrian walkway. What was old is new again.
I have more fondness, I think, for the Civic Arena.
From the arena with the retractable roof, to Ween Hall at CMU, to Mellon Square, to the tower dorms of Pitt, the architectural legacy of Bill Sipple's office lives on. As for that stadium,
it'd be a great place to watch the Implosion, I guess.
Awaiting that next big stadium boom in KD country, I'm Dave Crawley.
Thanks, Dave. Three Rivers Stadium really affected almost all of our lives in one way or another.
And later on in the show, Dave will be back with an ode to Three Rivers as we say goodbye to a hometown friend.
One of the people who helped make some of our better memories at Three Rivers Stadium was former Pirates manager Chuck Tanner.
He is one of only about 50 people who've managed a team which won a World Series, and he did it right here at Three Rivers Stadium.
And he did it without a pitcher who won 15 games or a hitter who drove in 100 RBIs.
Now, one of the neat things about Three Rivers was that the Pirates would mix it up with the Steelers and vice versa. One day, in fact, a couple of Steelers came to Chuck Tanner with a request that he'll never forget.
One guy said, "I'll steal second and third every time." And I said, "How are you going to get on first?" I said, "You have to get a hit. I have to put you on the roster." It was Lynn Swan. He says, "I know I can help us win it." We were laughing. Then the other guy said, "Hey, Chuck, I'm telling you, I had the fastball and curveball, and if you pitch me just once," he says, "I can help you win and be in the World Series." It was Terry Bradshaw. So they were in there, you know, agitating me on that. I said, if I could do it, I would be glad to do it.
Three Rivers, You Can Kiss It Goodbye is proudly brought to you by the H.J. Heinz Company. The employees of H.J. Heinz Company salute Three Rivers Stadium. By the Pittsburgh Penguins. For ticket information, just call 642-PENS. By McDonald's. We love to see you smile. By the Pittsburgh Pirates. Season ticket packages start at just $180. Call 1-800-BUY-BUCKS. And by G&G Fitness, Pittsburgh's #1 source for quality fitness equipment.
You know H.J. Heinz Company for ketchup, pickles, and baby food. But did you know Heinz produces over 150 leading brands sold in 200 countries?
I'm Bill Johnson. Heinz is proud to be among the most admired food companies in the world. When we needed to expand, we looked no further than Pittsburgh, our home for 130 years.
2,000 Heinz employees work downtown and on the city's North Shore. More will join them here as Heinz continues to grow. Heinz is proud to be making a difference in our hometown.
Change things up. Mix it up with McDonald's new taste menu.
Surprise yourself. Let loose a while.
Unexpected new tastes that are always changing, plus your old favorites. So there's always something different to try.
We love to see you smile.
Hey, variety is the smile of life.
One out, top of the 8th, tie game. Runners on first and second. Benson winds, kicks and deals. Griffey swings and scorches one into the gap of left center field. Giles giving chase, leaps. Oh, what a catch. Diving to his right to make a sliding grab in the grass. Who doesn't love baseball on the grass of PNC Park?
Real grass. Another reason why PNC Park is built for baseball.
Remarkable. He really tore into that grass.
I'll never forget it because my dad was still alive at the time, so he was in the stands, and he got to see me manage that first game, and he was a native of Pennsylvania, grew up in Pennsylvania. So I think it was a big thrill for him, but to go out there, I believe it was as the 33rd manager of the Pirates, that was #1. But I don't know if you remember the game, but Rick Russell was pitching against Doc Gooden, and I believe the Mets got a couple runs in the first inning, and R.J. Reynolds hit a home run in his first at bat off Doc Gooden. In fact, he had 2 strikes on him, no balls and 2 strikes, and hit a ball in the seats in right center field. And it was like unbelievable. I mean, it was like, you know, it was like a storybook thing for me. And, you know, that was the start of 9 years or 11 years as manager there. And, you know, from the baseball side, not football, but from the baseball side, I was fortunate enough to manage there longer than any manager.
Former Pirates manager Jim Leland was one of the more popular figures in the history of Three Rivers Stadium.
And he's just as popular today, even though he ended up winning that World Series ring with the Florida Marlins.
As you know, Three Rivers Stadium was a multi-purpose stadium. Some of the more exciting events held there included the summer concert series.
Hosted some world-class concerts, including some of the biggest names in music.
Here's KDKA TV's Mary Rob Jackson to give you a free front row ticket to some of the biggest shows to ever rock the Three Rivers.
The approach of summer always brought with it the anticipation of the music industry's concert events of the year. The sheer size of Three Rivers Stadium made the venue a must-play for all of rock's biggest names. Sounds of Pink Floyd, Genesis, the Rolling Stones, and the Grateful Dead. Could be heard vibrating within the concrete walls.
I don't want to ride, just want to ready for a minute or two.
We actually had the Grateful Dead's next to last show before Jerry Garcia passed away. So we were honored with that.
Even the piano men themselves, Billy Joel and Elton John, found their way to the stage on the turf, drawing a sellout crowd. None, however, comes close to the Boss, whose Born in the USA tour packed more than 65,000 people into the stadium.
I think we put people everywhere we possibly could.
Which just goes to show, rock and roll truly brings the house down.
Those were all great concerts. In fact, the Grateful Dead gave their next to last concert at Three Rivers.
Jerry Garcia died just a few weeks after that concert, and the rest of the tour was canceled.
And some people say that really was the best Dead concert of all time.
You know, KDKA has had a 30-year association with Three Rivers.
In addition to televising our newscast from the stadium on its inaugural night, KDKA televised about 23 years of Pirates baseball, Steelers football games, and a host of other activities.
KDKA even created the world's largest chorus line for an entry into the Guinness Book of World Records.
KDKA weatherman John Burnett was the lead dancer that day when 10,000 of you showed up to dance in the Evening Magazine chorus line.
You could say they were all dancing on the water.
The chorus line
was probably the biggest promotion that Evening Magazine ever took on, and we did a lot of big promotions over the years, but this was for our 10th anniversary special, and the idea was to try and get into the Guinness Book of World Records and create a good promo, and at the same time, you know, some goodwill in the community.
You're going to say K and put the hat down on your right hip. K. Oh, I'm sorry, left hip, left hip.
I just remember turning around and looking behind me and thinking, you know, this is outside of a sporting event, a football or baseball game, this is the biggest crowd I've ever been in. It was something.
And I, stepping out side by side when evening comes, the world goes by for me and you. Together we can rendezvous and trip the light fantastic through the...
When you're in Three Rivers, you know you're in Three Rivers Stadium on the North Shore of Pittsburgh, and that's what they wanted that promo to say.
Thanks, John. That was a lot of fun.
I did not know John could dance like that.
Oh, he's got many, many talents. You know, there was another team that played at Three Rivers, of course, our Steelers. One of the more popular players was former linebacker Andy Russell.
Yeah, now he was never one of the speed demons on the team, so when he picked up a fumble and ran over 90 yards for a touchdown, that is something to remember. Here's Andy now to share one of his favorite Three Rivers memories.
My friends like to kid me about picking up the fumble and racing 93 yards for the touchdown, and you know, guys are jogging by me, and I'm running as fast as I can run, you know, and everybody had a lot of fun with that. Jack Ham thought they'd call it delay a game, and Mansfield claimed that NBC cut for a commercial and caught the end of the run, and, you know, but, you know, it is an NFL record.
What is?
The 93-yard fumble recovery.
Oh, it's still
the most elapsed time in any single play.
It's here, the 2001 Pittsburgh Auto Show. You know you want to go. It's at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center, February 10th through the 18th.
Lemieux, his first shot on goal, and he scores!
He shoots and scores. What a shot by Lemieux. Oh, Michael, motorcycle. Stop the press. What a move by Lemieux. And then he scores the hat trick. Oh, great ball to five. Lemieux gets the go-ahead goal. The Stanley Cup has come to the city of Pittsburgh. Elvis has just left the building. Mario Lemieux, his first goal in his comeback here tonight at the Mellon Arena. And you'd have to be here to believe it.
Trent Jilkin at G&G Fitness reporting on the latest trend in losing weight. It's called working out. And your #1 source for high-quality home fitness equipment in Pittsburgh is G&G Fitness. Treadmills, home gym, G&G. Life Cycle, cross trainers, G&G. Climbers, free weights, G&G. 12 months, same as cash. G&G. Staying in shape isn't just for football players. G&G Fitness, Banksville Road, McKnight Road, and Monroeville.
In '72, when we started winning, it got to be very tough for other teams to come in there and play and win. And they knew it. And, you would be going out on the field. You wouldn't even be on the field. You'd just be going through the tunnel to the field. You could hear the fans. I mean, it was they were screaming before you came out of that tunnel. And it was tough for other teams to come in there and try and beat us there.
Dick Hoke is right. It's the fans of the black and gold that give the teams at Three Rivers Stadium the real hometown advantage.
All three of Pittsburgh's professional teams wear black and gold, and even though one of them has never played at Three Rivers, they created some memorable history of their own on the turf at Three Rivers, passing the cup.
40,000 people called off sick from work or school in June of 1992. They all had the same affliction. Penguin fever. When the Pens captured the Stanley Cup that year, fans from our hometown turned out to help them celebrate at Three Rivers Stadium. Our heroes were humble as they paraded around in convertibles and took time to share their excitement with their fans.
I'm so happy I can play in Pittsburgh because we have a good team and we are the greatest fans. Thank you.
It was a great celebration for a team very worthy of praise.
Of course, now that Mario's back, maybe we'll have to hold the Stanley Cup celebration at one of the new stadiums.
Hopefully that will be this June.
Yeah.
Now, other events Three Rivers Stadium hosted were of a more serious nature. Here's Lynn Hayes Freeland to tell you more about the events at Three Rivers that were designed to praise the Lord.
Even religion found its way into Three Rivers Stadium. Billy Graham made Pittsburgh the home of his crusade often.
Billy Graham was a 5-day run, and what we did was we reduced the house down. But we hosted about 25,000 people every night for 5 nights.
And in July of 1996, Promise Keepers, an all-male ministry, held their national convention at Three Rivers Stadium.
Promise Keepers, on the other hand, that was a 2-day event, and we had 60,000 people in there 2 days in a row. Gentlemen came from all over the world to be here. It was another exciting moment at Three Rivers Stadium.
Thanks, Lynn. Now, another popular event that lots of people love to see were the monster truck rallies that sometimes almost filled the stadium.
One drew almost 50,000 people. So the monster truck rallies were pretty popular.
Yeah, somehow everyone got the idea that the rallies destroyed Three Rivers. Not so.
Here's Larry Richer with a look when Three Rivers was revving it up.
They've ripped and roared through Three Rivers Stadium. They've shown off raw power and speed. They've drawn crowds up to 50,000 to gape at their magnificent strength. Monster trucks found a fitting home in the City of Steel, in a venue capable of holding a larger crowd of spectators than most indoor facilities. A lot of muscle was behind the preparation for these huge events. Crews came in days before to lay tarp over the turf and fill it with mud. And once all the fire and fury faded, cleanup crews worked for as many as 4 days to get the stadium back into top shape to host the next big event.
Thanks, Larry. Just like today's new stadiums, not everyone was happy about the building of Three Rivers Stadium.
There was a similar controversy over the building of Three Rivers as there has been over its demolition. Controversy over whether to build it, where to build it, and who should pay for it.
You'll see. Stacy Smith takes a trip back in history, how the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Three Rivers Stadium may be 30 years old, but the idea for it was born 12 years before it actually opened. The year was 1958. Pittsburgh was undergoing its first renaissance, and a Civic Affairs Committee recommended to Mayor David Lawrence that Pittsburgh needed a modern, multi-purpose stadium to remain a first-class sports town. But it was 5 years before the Urban Redevelopment Authority began acquiring and clearing land in what was then a blighted industrial and commercial area on the north side. It took 4 more years before construction started, as people debated the design of the stadium. The original plan called for it to be open on one end. There was also a debate over the multi-million-dollar price tag. Critics said team owners, not the taxpayers, should foot the bill. That sounds familiar. Ground was finally broken on April the 25th, 1968. The Pirates would open their 1970 season in a new stadium. Or would they? There were labor troubles, and black contractors protested for their fair share of work. There were also financial problems, and it was July the 16th before the Pirates finally began playing in their new stadium. Many of the same issues that plagued the construction of Three Rivers Stadium are now dogging its demolition and the construction of PNC Park and the Steelers' new stadium. When Mayor Sophie Masloff proposed a baseball-only park for the Pirates in 1991, she was roundly criticized. But over the next couple of years, the idea gained momentum, and as it did, the Steelers said they would need a new facility too. Once again, critics said team owners should put up the money. This time, it didn't take as long to begin building the new sports facilities, but the controversy over who would pay was more bitter. In 1997, voters rejected a regional sales tax. A year later, local officials lobbied in Harrisburg for a so-called Plan B that would have the state help pay the cost. But it was a tough fight in the legislature. A bill passed in the wee hours at the end of the legislative session in November of 1998 caused a furor because many lawmakers claimed they didn't realize what they were voting on. Governor Ridge refused to sign the bill, but he kept working on the issue. And in early 1999, after a threat from Kevin McClatchy to move the Pirates, the governor engineered and the legislature approved Plan C, a measure where the state would provide money for stadiums in Pittsburgh and in Philadelphia.
Thanks, Stacy. Price tag, $320 million between the two stadiums, more than 10 times the original cost of Three Rivers. In April of '99, we broke ground for PNC Park. In June '99 for the Steelers Stadium, and the fate and the history of Three Rivers was sealed.
Well, tomorrow is the next to the last chapter in the history of Three Rivers. The final chapter? What happens to the debt that's left on the stadium?
A little later on, Paul Martino will have a story on the real final chapter.
You know, the Steelers are black and gold, the Pirates are black and gold. Well, one day, Steelers color announcer Myron Cope walked into the stadium after some interior decorators started to redesign it, and he couldn't believe what he saw. Here's Myron with, "Where's the black and gold?"
An architectural firm, I believe it was, less than 10 years ago, they were commissioned to color code the various levels of Three Rivers Stadium. And I walk into the tunnel down in the bowels of the stadium, the tunnel off which are the Pirates' locker room, the Pirates clubhouse, and the Steelers dressing room. And this tunnel, which was black and gold before, is now the colors of the Dallas Cowboys, silver and blue, identical to the Dallas. What the heck is going on here? And I get the answer, well, they're color coding the different levels of the stadium. And so first thing I did is I yelled for a cameraman out at the station to get down there. And I did a piece standing there, you know, going nuts about what the heck with the blue blazers, it's the Dallas Cowboys. So it was repainted very quickly.
Say good morning with McDonald's Hearty Sausage McMuffin with Egg Sandwich. Classic breakfast tastes, all nestled in a toasted English muffin. For only 99 cents.
Change things up.
Get crazy with McDonald's new taste menu. Try our tangy McRib Jr. sandwich, an old favorite in a fun new size and a great price, just 99 cents.
We love to see you smile.
You know H.J. Heinz Company for ketchup, pickles, and baby food. But did you know Heinz produces over 150 leading brands sold in 200 countries?
I'm Bill Johnson. Heinz is proud to be among the most admired food companies in the world. When we needed to expand, we looked no further than Pittsburgh, our home for 130 years.
2,000 Heinz employees work downtown and on the city's North Shore. More will join them here as Heinz continues to grow. Heinz is proud to be making a difference in our hometown.
One out, top of the eighth, tie game. Runners on first and second. Benson winds, kicks and deals. Griffey swings and scorches one into the gap of left center field. Giles giving chase, leaps. Oh, what a catch. Diving to his right to make a sliding grab in the grass. Who doesn't love baseball on the grass of PNC Park?
Real grass. Another reason why PNC Park is built for baseball.
Remarkable. He really tore into that grass.
People should know we'll never forget Three River Stadium and you know, the memories. As I say, you know, my probably three greatest memories was my first game, then the no-hitter game, Francisco Cordova and Ricardo Rincon, and Smith hitting the home run, and sellout crowd, and it was the most amazing baseball game I've ever seen in any ballpark. And the final memory for me was the last game that we played there. And having all those Pirates, ex-Pirates, come out on the field, and then at the end having Willie come out, it was a moment that I'll never forget. So there are a lot of emotions. You know, I don't want people to think we don't have any, because we do. It was a great run there, and we're excited about going over to PNC Park.
Pirates owner Kevin McClatchy is definitely looking forward to the season opener at PNC Park. And he's right, our memories will last forever.
Now, another event turned Three Rivers Stadium into the world's largest movie theater when Angels in the Outfield debuted there.
It was another exciting event that was sports-related, but not really sports.
KDKA Hometown Advantage sports reporter Paul Alexander takes a look at a movie premiere that was a night when the Three Rivers soared on the wings of angels.
In the summer of 1994, Pittsburgh turned into Tinseltown. Thousands of people packed Three Rivers Stadium for the debut of Disney's Angels in the Outfield. There was no red carpet at this premiere, only turf, which seemed fitting for a movie about a team of struggling baseball players. Crews worked endlessly to set up for the big event.
When we had the opportunity to be a Hollywood premiere site, it's something we just couldn't turn down. It's just too good for the city.
And when the credits rolled, 35,000 people went down in history as part of the world's largest movie premiere.
Thanks, Paul.
One of the things that many people find confusing about Three Rivers Stadium is the fact that although it cost about $35 million to build 30 years ago, we still owe about $48 million on it.
Here's Paul Martino to tell us why as we say goodbye in Can You Spare a Couple Million?
It's hard to imagine how we can owe more money on this stadium today than it cost to build 30 years ago. How did that happen? Well, over the years, the Stadium Authority kept refinancing the debt and borrowing against it. It's sort of like refinancing your house and using some of the money to put on an addition. The only difference is the Stadium Authority's not repaying that debt. You are. When the Steelers played their first game at Three Rivers in 1970, the stadium was state-of-the-art.
This is the new era for the Steelers. Steelers 70. It's not like the old Steelers, believe me.
The price tag was something new, too. $35 million. And over the years, they've piled on more cost with new scoreboards, a jumbotron, and new turf twice. But the biggest addition to the stadium debt was the creative financing deal in 1985 that saved the team from being sold and moving out of town. It was a deal that had everyone confused, from the politicians to the public, even confusing for young reporters. A lot of people simply don't understand yet how the deal is supposed to work. But now I'm 15 years older, possibly a little wiser, but I'm still confused about the stadium finances. But seriously, here's the bottom line. In 1970, the Stadium Authority borrowed $35 million to build Three Rivers. In 1982, they borrowed another $6.8 million for stadium improvements. Then the big hit, $21 million in 1986 to help new owners bail out the Pirates. Add it all up, and there's still more than $26 million owed on stadium bonds. The county sales tax will pay off those bonds by 2010. The Stadium Authority still owes the city another $22 million for so-called operating grants that city taxpayers coughed up over the years. That money may never be paid back. If you think you paid too much for Three Rivers Stadium, consider this. The price tag on two new stadiums here on the North Shore, $500 million. And a new arena for the Penguins can't be far behind. Paul Martino, KDKA TV News.
Thanks, Paul. Next up, KDKA Hometown Sports Advantage anchor John Steigerwald takes a look at the history of the Steelers at Three Rivers.
And later on, Dave Crawley will wrap up our show with an ode to Three Rivers. You can kiss it goodbye.
Right now, here's Steelers owner Dan Rooney with another Three Rivers memory.
You know, I remember when Franco first came, we were playing the Vikings, and he ran to an end run along the Vikings bench on the opposite side where we all were. And I knew after that run sort of convinced me that we were going to have a good team and we were going to go far because they were a great team. We ended up beating them, but that particular play was sort of the thing.
Trent Jilkin at G&G Fitness reporting on the latest trend in losing weight. It's called working out. And your #1 source for high-quality home fitness equipment in Pittsburgh is G&G Fitness. Treadmills, home gyms, G&G. Life cycles, cross trainers, G&G. Climbers, free weights, G&G. 12 months, same as cash. G&G. Staying in shape isn't just for football players. G&G Fitness, Banksville Road, McKnight Road, and Monroeville.
Gathered over for Corbett, back to Mario, walked in there, Jogger. Jogger wheeling deal, comes in, looking, shoots, with a rebound, scores, Lemieux getting the goal, his 4th and 4 game.
Penguins fans, make sure you take advantage of the Penguins' new Flex 10 plan.
Buy 10 tickets in any combination and get a discount off the gate price. To find out more, call today at 1-800-642-PENS.
Announcing 3.9% APR financing on every 2001 Subaru at Suburban Subaru, Pittsburgh's favorite Subaru dealer. Foresters, Legacies, Outbacks, Imprezas. They're all in stock, and for a limited time, save hundreds, even thousands of dollars with low 3.9% financing. Suburban Subaru, now one of the top volume Subaru dealers in the nation. Our sales volume will save you money. Suburban Subaru, conveniently located on Route 19 Perry Highway in the North Hills.
Picture of the defensive line, the defense, and it's coming from the viewpoint of the offense, and you could see the goal line, the goal post in the background in the snow, and you can see all these guys in their posture before the team comes up, and there are a couple of guys talking around, and one guy's on his knee, and we're all there. And that's the feeling that I always have of Three Rivers Stadium, of just that picture. And that stadium, and you can see the fans in the background, and they're waving.
Joe Green, one of the people who made Three Rivers Stadium famous.
He is definitely one of the people that made opposing teams afraid to walk through the tunnels and onto the turf.
Well, KDKA Hometown Advantage sports anchor John Steigerwald saw most of the Steelers games at Three Rivers Stadium.
And he saw a lot of games before they moved into Three Rivers.
So he really has a unique perspective on the history of football at the stadium.
Here's John with a look at the 30-year history of the Steelers.
It's hard to imagine an NFL team having to borrow the local baseball team's park or the local college team's stadium for its home field. But for most of the first 37 years of the Steelers' existence, they were the third most important team in town. So you can imagine how excited they were to move into their own, or at least their own half, of a new stadium back in 1970. And it wasn't just the stadium that was new. They had a new quarterback who was the result of a new philosophy regarding #1 draft picks. Their still pretty new coach, Chuck Noll, believed in keeping them. The Steelers were also playing in a new conference. It was their first year in the AFC, and that meant new rivalries. And in September of 1970, nobody could have imagined the rivalry that would develop between the Steelers and the team they played in their first game at Three Rivers Stadium. The Houston Oilers kicked off the rivalry and the Three Rivers era by beating the Steelers 19-7. It was the Steelers' 14th loss in a row dating back to the 1969 season. And it was one of only 9 wins in Pittsburgh by that franchise in 30 years. They didn't just play in the regular season. The Oilers were 0 for 2 in AFC championship games played at Three Rivers.
Deck the halls with Modell's meatballs.
There was no team the Steelers loved to see at Three Rivers Stadium more than the Cleveland Browns. They always found a way to make the Browns' shortest trip of the year their most miserable. There were some close calls, like the 2 overtime wins in the Super Bowl years of '78 and '79, but the Browns went 16 years before they finally won here. Three Rivers Stadium itself never provided much atmosphere. The fans took care of that. The Steelers players provided the drama and the excitement in the '70s, and the Steelers had something at Three Rivers that they never had at Forbes Field or Pitt Stadium: postseason games. But the first Steelers postseason game was an impossible act to follow.
It's down to one big play, 4th down and 10 yards to go. The Oakland Raiders have taken a 7-6 lead in a tough football game that has featured nothing but staunch defense all afternoon. Hang on to your hats. Here come the Steelers out of the huddle. Terry Bradshaw at the controls. 22 seconds remaining. And this crowd is standing. 50,000 of them. Seeing their team go behind by 1 point. And Bradshaw back and looking again. Bradshaw running out of the pocket. Looking for somebody to throw to. Fires it downfield. And there's a collision. And it's caught out of the air. The ball is pulled in by Franco Harris. Harris is going for a touchdown for Pittsburgh. Harris is going.
The Steelers were still tough to beat at Three Rivers in the 80s, but believe it or not, they only played one postseason game there in that decade. The San Diego Chargers kept them from going to their 5th Super Bowl in 1982. And it took 10 years and another head coach before they played another postseason game at Three Rivers, and it was another loss, this time to the Bills. The middle of the 90s brought back memories of the 70s, especially the AFC Championship games in 94 and 95, both of which were decided in the end zone in the last seconds of the game. And 5 years ago, Bill Cowher got to do something that Chuck Noll never did. He got to share the AFC trophy with the people who made Three Rivers so special.
4 years ago, Dan Rooney gave me an opportunity. This trophy, while it's only half of what we want to accomplish, is for Dan Rooney and, more importantly, the fans of Pittsburgh, baby. This is for you.
Steelers lost 10 of their last 16 games at Three Rivers, their 2 worst seasons ever at home. But when the dust clears, the thousands of people who watched them play there for the last 30 years will have lots of good memories and even more great ones.
Thanks, John. Well, the Steelers really defined what success meant in the NFL.
They were so successful that they forced the NFL to change the rules of the game.
After a drought in the 80s, a new coach instilled new life in the Steelers, culminating in an AFC championship.
Here's Bill Cowher with one of his fondest memories.
After the 1995 AFC championship game, when the ball fell incomplete for us, and up on the stage, accepting the award and looking around and seeing the people on the field and seeing the people that were still up in the last bleacher, really just how proud I was to be a part of this city, and having grown up here and to kind of still see maybe some of the kids who were kids when the 70s were now bringing their kids and kind of going through that same type of atmosphere, and that was very special.
You know H.J. Heinz Company for ketchup, pickles, and baby food. But did you know Heinz produces over 150 leading brands sold in 200 countries?
I'm Bill Johnson. Heinz is proud to be among the most admired food companies in the world. When we needed to expand, we looked no further than Pittsburgh, our home for 130 years.
2,000 Heinz employees work downtown and on the city's North Shore. More will join them here as Heinz continues to grow. Heinz is proud to be making a difference in our hometown.
Change things up. Get a little wild.
Mix it up with McDonald's new taste menu.
Surprise yourself. Let loose a while.
Unexpected new tastes that are always changing, plus your old favorites. So there's always something different to try.
We love to see you smile.
Hey, variety is the smile of life.
One out, top of the 8th, tie game. Runners on first and second. Benson winds, kicks and deals. Griffey swings and scorches one into the gap of left center field. Giles giving chase, leaps. And oh, what a catch. Diving to his right to make a sliding grab in the grass. Who doesn't love baseball on the grass of PNC Park?
Real grass. Another reason why PNC Park is built for baseball.
Remarkable. He really tore into that grass.
Grass. It's not so much the stadium itself. It's just the people that you intermingled with over your 11 years there. And Jeannie Donatelli in the front office and other people that were very close to you. And, you know, even the ball guy that was sitting next to me. We used to have an older fellow that would sit next to me. He must have been 70 years old, and he'd get the balls ready for the umpire. I mean, you had relationships with people, and, you know, every once in a while you could even stop along the rails, signing autographs and talking to some people. And it was just, you know, it was everything it was supposed to be. It was a wonderful experience. You know, regret, yeah, sure. The only regret I have really is that we didn't finish the deal and get a World Series ring at Pittsburgh. But
Jim Leyland coached the Pirates for almost 1/10 of their existence and had one of the longest tenures as manager.
All at Three Rivers Stadium. And tomorrow it comes tumbling down. With it, a lot of memories, but hopefully most of them can't be taken away from us.
So did you ever wonder how you go about imploding a stadium? Well, John Shumway did, and here he is to share it with you in our next story, Fire in the Hole.
Controlled demolition is the choreographer. The science is relatively simple.
The building wants to come down. Right now it wants to come down, but the columns are holding it up. The columns are resisting gravity that's been pulling on the structure since it was built in the 70s.
In other words, knock out the supports, and down it comes. But getting it to fall where they want it is the art. Doug Loiseau, the artist.
This area of the stadium is going to come out and go like this.
Loiseau's plan is carefully crafted to pull Three Rivers away from the Steelers' new stadium, a movement that's crucial since the Steelers' stadium is only 85 feet away.
If we break, 5 windows in the stadium, all of a sudden, this isn't a successful job. Everybody will point and say, hey, you really failed.
Loiseau's plan will first drop the gates, B, D, and then C, down and outward. It will then rotate the areas between gates B and D inward. And finally, it will domino in the rest of the stadium from the gates to the areas closest to the new stadium.
By the timing of our explosives and the loading of explosives, we put forces on the stadium that it can't take.
But how do you make it fall where you want it? Well, Loiseau says in the area of the gates, CDI will blow the columns from the top to the bottom. Now, by blasting the outside columns just a fraction before the inside columns and blowing out more of the outside columns on the first and second levels, the building wants to fall towards where it's weakest, which in this case is the outside. Now, on the rest of the stadium, where those switchback walking ramps are located on the outside, the inside columns will get the worst of it.
If I want it to fall this way, if I drop this farther than this, which way is it going to go? Right. It's going to go in. And if I drop this a little bit before this one, it's going to go in.
Crucial to the falling process is making sure that that switchback ramp near the new Steelers stadium falls away from the new facility.
But what we're doing is augmenting the structural integrity of the ramp by stringing steel center cable on, I think it's 30 different locations on the ramp. As the stadium falls, it's going to pull the ramp in.
Overall, the explosive damage is done in seconds. Gravity takes a bit longer.
Well, you'll hear explosions for about 9 seconds before anything falls. Then from 9 seconds to the 18 or 20 seconds, things will be falling at different times and at different rates. Free fall's 32 feet per second.
So by 20 to 25 seconds...
Oh, it's down. It's gone.
Thanks, John. The most amazing thing about this implosion is that it's going to be visible from so many places around the point.
City authorities expect Point State Park, Mount Washington, and just about every other vantage point to be packed with people.
Well, coming up, we'll have some fond memories of Three Rivers Stadium and Dave Crawley's ode to Three Rivers, You Can Kiss It Goodbye.
Right now, Chuck Tanner has a memory about one of the most recognizable characters to ever walk on the turf at Three Rivers, the Chief, Art Rooney. Here's Chuck Tanner.
I think it was 1985. Art Rooney came down, and I believe his brother was with him that day. And he came and said, "How you doing, Chuck?" I said, "Fine, fine, everything's fine." And he told me stories how he bought the Steelers, and this was in the clubhouse. And then he said, "Chuck," he was getting ready to leave. He says, "There's one thing I want to tell you." He says, "I've seen all the teams come through here since the stadium started." And he said, "I want to tell you one thing. And I tell you this from my heart." He said, "You're the best manager I ever saw in Three Rivers Stadium." Now, do you think that doesn't give you goosebumps? When he left, I sat in the office there, and I had goosebumps, and I was like in awe. I said, "Oh, Mr. Rooney said that?" And that's something that's always, I have had in my head and in my heart. And I'm saying, I can't believe that he said that. But I know he meant it when he said it. And I never felt so good in my life.
Want to bring your team to see the Penguins? Then the UPMC Mario Lemieux family sections are just the ticket.
He shoots and scores!
It's simple for your family to enjoy Penguins hockey at a reasonable price. For every adult ticket purchased at $25, you can get up to 6 kids tickets at $10 each. A great price and a great seat. So come on, get in the game and reserve your seat in the UPMC Mario Lemieux family section. Call 1-800-642-PENS.
Tunch Ilkin at G&G Fitness reporting on the latest trend in losing weight. It's called working out. And your #1 source for high-quality home fitness equipment in Pittsburgh is G&G Fitness. Treadmills, home gyms, G&G. Life cycles, cross trainers, G&G. Climbers, free weights, G&G. 12 months, same as cash. G&G. Staying in shape isn't just for football players. G&G Fitness, Banksville Road, McKnight Road, and Monroeville.
Three Rivers, You Can Kiss It Goodbye is proudly brought to you by the H.J. Heinz Company. The employees of H.J. Heinz Company salute Three Rivers Stadium. By the Pittsburgh Penguins. For ticket information, just call 642-PENS. By McDonald's. We love to see you smile. By the Pittsburgh Pirates. Season ticket packages start at just $180. Call 1-800-BUY-BUCKS. And by G&G Fitness, Pittsburgh's #1 source for quality fitness equipment.
If I had to, could catalog a good 24 major events at Three Rivers that I've witnessed, including the Ricardo Rincon, Francisco Cordova no-hitter, 10-inning no-hitter. The script was perfect with Mark Smith hitting the home run at the bottom of the 10th inning, sellout crowd, fireworks night, and also add to that the fact that I felt I handled the home run call, the end of that game, the way I would have wanted to.
Lanny Fratteri has been calling Pirates games for over 25 years. At 81 home games a year times 25 years, plus the playoffs, that's over 2,000 games.
I trust your math. I'm sure Lanny has a lot of memories, and so do our next guests who look back at some of their fondest memories.
When I'd go to work and when I'd go to play ball, I'd go down 79 and I'd see the green grass in Cranberry and Zionopol and Wexford. And I'd get to the stadium and I'd walk in there, and it was like being in heaven every day. It was just like being in heaven.
There again, there's a lot of great moments, so it's hard to pick one or two out. Certainly, the Immaculate Reception.
Well, #1 is Franco's catch is the obvious one, the Immaculate Reception.
Franco's Immaculate Reception was the greatest moment of all.
Let me think about that one. Let me see.
The thing that I remember most, really, because it was such a tremendous thing, of course, was the Immaculate Reception. You know, when Franco caught that ball and we went up and beat the Raiders, that was the greatest moment that I can remember.
I won't forget the days they retired numbers. Maz's number. You don't see Maz get emotional much, but he did, and rightfully so. Willie, with that towel around his neck, I won't forget that. Ralph Kiner came to town. Roberto Clementi's family coming to this ballpark, River Stadium, the spring after he died in that plane crash, and his family accepting his jersey from Dan Galvin. You don't forget those days.
And I'm one of the few people, I guess, that you could say that saw it being built. I used to go over there, climb the ladders, going on every floor, and to see it, really being torn up, that was a little bit tough. And now you can go right through our offices and walk from the street to the field. And, it's just it's something to see.
Some really great memories. We apologize if we missed your favorite memory, but we only had an hour to cover 30 years of one of the most exciting periods in Pittsburgh history.
And so Three River Stadium will become a part of history tomorrow when it crumbles into a pile of rubble. We remind you, join us for our in-depth hometown coverage tomorrow morning starting at 6 a.m.
Thanks for sharing our memories this evening. And now we leave you with Dave Crowley's ode to Three Rivers and the Gunners' favorite home run call, You Can Kiss It Goodbye.
In the city of steel, where Three Rivers meet, where visiting athletes went down to defeat, a stadium stands that has weathered the years. If you listen real close, you can still hear the cheers.
There once was a time when she set us apart, when this aging arena was state-of-the-art, with stories unmatched by the London Palladium. You name it, it happened at Three Rivers Stadium.
Arriba, arriba, the cheers rumbled down. Roberto Clemente was toast of the town. His 3,000th hit was a powerful blast. How could we know that this was his last? The lumber company tore 'em asunder. Ninth inning lightning and bats that roared thunder. When homers were hit, Bob Prince led the cry. Listen real close.
You can kiss it goodbye.
Goodbye, Elton John. Goodbye, Billy Joel. Goodbye to the legends of old rock and roll. For Promise Keepers, a spiritual leap, now this stadium has its own promise to keep. Demolition? The Steelers invented the name. The mighty steel curtain put rivals to shame. Jack Lambert, Jack Ham, and mighty Joe Green. They attacked with a rage that was truly obscene. A Three Rivers curse from the opening bell. Visitors knew they'd been summoned to hell. A counterpoint to the gristle and brawn, an offense that scored with the grace of a swan. The opponent was Oakland, a gridiron war, a moment that's etched in Three Rivers lore. An incomplete pass on the game's final play. No, wait, Franco has it. He'll go all the way. You can still hear the cheers as years tumble past. This old friend will leave us, but memories will last. In the city of steel where Three Rivers meet, when the stadium crumbles to dust in the street, great moments will still bring a tear to the eye. Farewell, old friend.
You can kiss it goodbye.
Travel provided by U.S. Airways, offering the Dividend Miles Frequent Flyer program with preferred levels of membership and benefits. With U.S. Airways, you can redeem your miles to many exciting destinations worldwide.
Fiber Optics Fund. Its largest holdings include Newport, Emulex, and Sienna. But the fund is down about 40% since kicking off last June. One safe bet, Alcatel, the French company. It's active in 130 countries and sells on the NYSE for just 50 times 1 year's earnings. In the world of fiber optics, that's a cheap price earnings multiple. Fiber optics, can't live without them, and with their falling share prices, it's getting harder to live with them. In San Francisco, I'm Tom Calandra, CBS Market Watch.
All right, thanks, Tom. Another top holding in Baker's fund is Juniper Networks. The company sells for about 237 times 1 year's profits. And a reminder, you can find all of Tom Calandra's Stock Watch columns on our website at cbs.marketwatch.com. Still ahead on CBS Market Watch Weekend, they may be a girl's best friend, but how friendly is the internet when it comes to buying a diamond? The industry is gaining luster. We'll tell you if it's safe to head to the checkout. Plus, the CBS Market Watch Survivor Contest will give you some play money. You do what you want with it, come out on top, and you can win the real thing. Keep it here for details.
Notice the stylization typical of neoclassic columns. Each of the capitals contains...
Is that real gold, Mr. Stern?
Nearly 11 pounds of gold leaf.
Next, please.
E-Trade Bank doesn't build expensive branches, so we can offer some of the best savings rates in the country. Our one-year CD rate is in the top 1% nationally. This could mean hundreds of more dollars in earnings for you. Earning more interest is easy. Call 800-259-0736. Act now and get $25 just for opening an account.
What more could you possibly want, my boy?
Start earning more on CDs, money markets, savings, and checking. Your deposits are insured up to $100,000 by the FDIC. Plus, sign up now and get $25 for opening any new account. Call 800-259-0736. E-Trade Bank. It's your money.
Can you survive Wall Street? Do you have what it takes to build a winning portfolio? Buy, sell, and test your skills as a CBS Market Watch survivor. Go to cbs.marketwatch.com for details.
Well, Valentine's Day is only a few days away, which is setting many hearts aflutter and elevating expectations. About 1 in 8 U.S. couples gets engaged on Cupid's busiest day. But as Alexis Christoforous reports, they're not all buying their engagement rings the traditional way.
When Mitch decided to propose to his girlfriend Faye, this computer administrator from New York City logged on to the internet to find the perfect diamond.
I think we went to diamonds.com, diamonds.net, and we found Blue Nile that way.
For those looking to pop the question, the internet is proving to be a precious resource for learning about and buying diamonds.
We actually did go to Tiffany's, we actually did go to Fortune. We actually did the research before. We knew what we wanted, and we went online, and we knew exactly what we wanted. So we knew exactly what the price we were expecting, and we did a great deal, and we got 30-day money-back guarantee, which really clinched the deal for us.
Another clincher, better prices, a bigger selection, and convenience of 24-hour shopping without any high-pressure salespeople.
We eliminate all the middlemen every single step of the way. We take the goods right from the mine and offer to the consumer. We also don't have the traditional retail markup that a normal brick-and-mortar operator would have. So we're able to offer that diamond to the consumer at a much better price than they can buy it at Tiffany.
Buying your diamond online can also eliminate sales tax, depending on what state you live in. And with the average engagement ring retailing for $2,500, the savings can be significant. Buying a diamond ring should be treated like any big investment. After all, if you were going to buy a new car, you'd probably want to test drive it. So what if you're spending thousands on a diamond ring? Do you need to be there to experience it?
What you can't see online is the cut of the diamond. That's how well the diamond is proportioned, or how well the light will reflect through the diamond.
You can't look at this on a computer screen. You can't even look at it on a desk. You have to look at it on someone's hand. That's why the woman should always go shopping with the man. She's going to wear this every day of her life, so let's give her a break. Yeah, let her come in and look at it a little bit with you.
That's why many e-jewelers offer money-back guarantees and grading reports that certify a diamond's authenticity. At BlueNile.com, all loose diamonds are certified and come with an appraisal report from the Gemological Institute of America. Sites like Diamond.com and Ashford.com have also brought certified gemologists on board to help consumers learn about diamonds and their price range. It's an investment that's already paid off for Mitch and Faye, who plan to say I do June 10th.
Doing your research before and after, being able to actually get it appraised after, seeing that you're getting what you actually bought, and then being very happy with it, and I'm definitely very happy with my diamond.
Alexis Christoforous, CBS Market Watch, New York.
According to BizRate, about 18% of online shoppers now buy jewelry online. Now investing online with fake money to win real money. The CBS Market Watch Survivor Contest wraps up its first week. Rankings are tight and the stakes are high. Steve Jelsey has a look.
My name is Myra, and my stock is Tyco.
My name is Birch, and my stock is Enron.
Most of the 14 teams are in the red after starting out with a virtual portfolio of $100,000 on Monday. Circle City Investment Club of Indianapolis and Marlborough, Massachusetts-based Forest Street investors have been duking it out for the lead. Forest Street made about $1,100 by selling Silicon Valley-based Nuance Communications, but they lost about $500 on Massachusetts retailer TJX. Circle City made $2,300 on Los Angeles-based Sports Chalet. The total spread between all the groups is relatively small. A difference of about $10,000 or 10% separate the best and worst performing teams. The winner, after about 4 months, gets to keep the value of their portfolio up to $500,000. The results are more encouraging in the solo challenge contest because the top contenders made as much as 20% or more on their portfolios this week. The game pits individuals competing on the web for $1,000 per week in prize money and $50,000 for a grand prize. Steve Jelsey, CBSMarketWatch.com.
If you want to sign up for the Survivor Investor Contest, go to cbs.marketwatch.com, register, and start trading. And that wraps up this edition of CBS Market Watch Weekend. I'm Susan McGinnis. Thank you for joining us. Have a great week. And here's the reason I've been gone for 3 months. This is Joe McGinnis Gallagher, future investor. See you next week.
CBS Market Watch Weekend has been brought to you by Crucial.com, the memory experts.
I see the brave and the bold, and I see their stories unfold, and I see all things black and gold, and I see the values we hold, and I see it all keeps me sold on living right here. I see it clear, I see it all. I see the news.
it comes to forecasting the weather, AccuWeather is bigger than the Weather Channel, bigger than the networks, bigger than the Science Center, and bigger than all the other Pittsburgh TV stations combined. AccuWeather and Storm Tracker 2000, simply the most accurate.
See why Everybody Loves Raymond is a smash hit.
What happened?
Grandma and Grandpa stopped by.
Critics call it a scream.
You know what I think?
If I say yes, do you still have to tell me?
To watch the show is to love it.
Pants, Dad, pants.
You want them up or down? What kind of party is this?
Catch Monday's highest-rated comedy.
The only thing that matters is having someone that understands me, that'll be there for me, somebody that I want to grow old with. Get off of me!
Everybody Loves Raymond. CBS Monday.
You can't get all the news in 11 minutes. For complete coverage and a full 5-day forecast, switch to KDKA, the real advantage. Ken Rice and Patrice King Brown, weeknights on KDKA TV News at 11.
Our KDKA TV countdown clock reads just under 2 hours to the implosion of Three River Stadium. Good morning, and thanks for getting up early with us.
This is KDKA TV's special live home team coverage of the implosion of Three River Stadium. Take a good look, because if all goes as planned, this morning will bring a complete change to our city's skyline.
And we are going to get you ready for this big event with special live guests and stories from Terry Bradshaw, Mean Joe Green, Chuck Tanner, and many more.
Your advantage to watching with us this morning? Well, we know how they're going to bring Three River Stadium down, and we're going to show you in advance, so you'll know what to look for when they finally push that plunger.
And we have reporters and cameras all over downtown and on the north side, so sit back, enjoy your breakfast, and relive the memories made at Three River Stadium, and then watch it come crashing down.
Three Rivers, the implosion, is proudly brought to you by the H.J. Heinz Company. The employees of H.J. Heinz Company salute Three Rivers Stadium. By the Pittsburgh Penguins. For ticket information, just call 642-PENS. By McDonald's. We love to see you smile. By the Pittsburgh Pirates. Season ticket packages start at just $180. Call 1-800-BUY-BUCKS. And by G&G Fitness, Pittsburgh's #1 source for quality fitness equipment.
Say good morning with McDonald's Hearty Sausage McMuffin with Egg Sandwich. Classic breakfast tastes, all nestled in a toasted English muffin. For only 99 cents.
Change things up.
Get crazy with McDonald's new taste menu. Try our tangy McRib Jr. sandwich, an old favorite and a fun new size and a great price, just 99 cents.
When it snows, depend on the KDKA Radio Storm Center. The most complete list of school closings and delays. It's not closed until we say it is. The KDKA Storm Center, only on KDKA AM 1020.
It's 81 degrees in Aruba. Call AAA Travel.
This is a special report from KDKA TV News.
All right, good morning, everybody. D-Day. We are coming to you live from Point State Park, from the edge of the point, right along the Allegheny River, and behind us, the big doomed concrete donut awaits its demise. Good crowd already. It's early. We're 2 hours away from the implosion, but a good crowd already has started to fill up Point State Park. A few hundred people here along the steps waiting for the big show. Everybody is bundled up, or at least we hope they are, because I'll tell you, it is cold out here. If you're coming down, dress very, very warmly. We're going to get the latest on the AccuWeather picture from Larry Richard in just a moment. I say good morning to you on behalf of a cast of thousands, as we'll meet here as the morning goes on, and we also have the best views in town. You're in a great place right there in front of your TV to watch this implosion happen this morning. Let me just give you an idea of the views that we have available to us to show you the stadium crumble as it happens, as I said, just about 2 hours from now. The first view right here from the point, looking right across the river, and we are literally as close as we can be without being arrested. We're right on the edge of what they're calling the blast zone. There's about an 800-foot perimeter all around the stadium, and we are right on the edge of it here along the Allegheny River. So a good view from right here at the point. We expect to be enveloped in that dust cloud in a couple of hours. We also have a good view from our implosion cam. Our implosion cam high atop the old Westinghouse building. right at the tip of the Golden Triangle for the aerial view. We can switch to that camera. We've got also a great view from atop Mount Washington, where we also expect thousands of people to be this morning. This is on the St. Mary's Overlook. We're the only camera in town on the St. Mary's Observatory, along with some people who won the right to be there in a contest on B94 radio. And finally, only on KDKA TV this morning, an exclusive view from the Goodyear blimp. Goodyear blimp will be floating overhead. And I guess we don't have it available now, but we'll show that to you as the blimp gets into place. So we've got you covered from every angle as Three River Stadium gets ready to come down. 30 years of memories, 4 Super Bowls, 2 World Series, and it all ends this morning. Now, you probably know we were supposed to be here 1 week ago, but we weren't for a variety of reasons. The implosion was delayed by 1 week, and let's take a look back at why it came to that 1 week delay.
We were real close. It's not horseshoes. You know, we had to be right on target.
But safety concerns and a tight timeline forced the Sports and Exhibition Authority to delay the implosion 1 week. On Tuesday, January 30th, local union workers said they feared the stadium was not safe to work in.
They're taking a lot of shortcuts, going about things the wrong way, and now they're putting it on our people.
And our concerns are fall protection, some issues with some hanging material, so forth and so on.
Union workers also claim they had complained to management several times before, and management only responded when OSHA inspectors toured the stadium.
Before OSHA came in there, we were beating our head against the wall, trying to make them cover up holes in the floor, put guardrail up where our members had to reach around columns.
But the contractor in charge, Bianchi Trison's Richard Stern, said safety is always the #1 priority.
The fall protection has been in place. Barricades have been in place from day one, anytime openings have been made. And we have a dedicated crew consisting of 6 to 8 people that have spent full time for all the time they've been here since Christmas to do nothing but secure the site and make this a safe workplace.
Okay, so it's going to happen today, under 2 hours. If you're coming down, you need to know how cold it's going to be. I can tell you just generally cold, but here's Larry Richard to fill us in. Good morning.
Good morning, Ken. All of those of you gathered here, this is what it's like up on Punxsutawney's Gobbler's Knob for Groundhog Day, Ken.
Then I'm glad I've not been there.
Yeah,
it's a little brutal out here.
Yeah, it's a little cold. Right now it's 20 degrees right along the river. They like that.
They're cheering. Well,
yeah.
It's better than, I guess, no degrees, but...
And aside from the temperature, the most important aspect for us is which way is the wind blowing.
Yes.
Right now it's coming from the north. Working with our storm team at AccuWeather, looks like north-northwest wind, fairly light, about 5 to 10 miles an hour. But if it comes due south across the river, that would put all the dust on you.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's going to drift gently toward the city. And northwest wind at about 5, but it will become a mostly sunny day at sunrise, and it'll end up being 34 degrees. So we'll be here manning the...
All right, could be worse, but I guess the key concern is the wind. There's no reason at all that the wind right now is a problem.
No, I believe John Shumway talked with those folks, and I'm sure he'll expand on that. If it's over 15 miles an hour, it becomes a bigger problem. But right now, it's good.
Okay, you didn't bring the earmuffs.
No. Only once a year, Ken.
All right. Thank you, Larry. Now, if you're coming down here, you need to know the lay of the land. There is as I said, a safety zone, an 800-foot zone all around the stadium that is absolutely off limits to everybody. And here is a look at the area. If you're going to be driving in, you need to know about. On this map here, the yellow shows the roads that police are going to be shutting down as of 7:45. They include I-279 to Reedsdale Street. That's the western boundary. The Fort Pitt, Fort Duquesne Bridge merge points will be shutting down. And if you're coming south on Route 65, you won't be able to take the I-279 exit. Ridge Avenue, Federal Street highlighted in red here. Those are the borders of the blast zone. You're not going to be allowed to walk there, but you can drive there as long as you don't stop to watch. The command post, the nerve center for this morning's activities, the implosion activities, is over sort of behind PNC Park. John Shumway is over there now, and we'll switch over to him. John, I assume at this point all systems are go.
Well, let's ask the man who knows. Doug Loazzo from Controlled Demolition is with me. Everything ready this morning?
Everything's ready. Right now we're just walking our final lines and checking our initiation systems. We've started putting seismographs in the area, and pretty soon we should start pulling back. We're waiting for the police to come in to get into position to shut down traffic. So, you know, we're right on target, and it's a beautiful day. The weather will be perfect for it.
That was my next question. It doesn't seem like we've got a lot of breeze out here, and the temperature, I think you and Mark were both talking about earlier in the week. Would you like it to be a little warmer than this?
No, this is fine. This is great, and it's clear, just as long as we don't have cloud cover, you know, which would tend to amplify the concussion. So, you know, I think it'll be good, and we'll see in, what, 2 hours?
Yeah, just under 2 hours. 8 o'clock's the time. What would delay it, if anything?
The only thing that could possibly delay it is our inability to secure the area. I mean, we have a lot of people who have to be coordinated on this, you know, between PennDOT closing down the interstate ramps to the Coast Guard, shutting down the river to the police department, shutting down streets, etc. And, you know, our primary concern is safety. And we have to have accountability for everyone in the area. And there are certain things that have to happen. We have to turn on seismographs ahead of time. We have to coordinate with you guys to get your pool cameras running in the stadium. So we have to make certain that everyone is out. And if they aren't out, you know, that could delay it.
Now, when we talked several weeks ago, you said 2,000 pounds of dynamite should bring this down. And from what I understand, your final total was like 48?
48. Pounds? One of the reasons is the 2,000 pounds was a minimum amount. I mean, that's what I thought could possibly do the project. When we got in and did our test blasts, we didn't really get the results that I was looking for. We had a lot more stirrups in the concrete. It was shown on the drawing, but based on this type of blasting we've done before, the concrete didn't adhere as tightly to the stirrups as we thought it would. Number one. Number two, with the ramp remaining on the back of the building, that totally affected the dynamics of the project, which means we really had to try to pull that section away from the new stadium. Ergo, we needed to really eliminate the concrete really on the west side. So we increased the loading there. You know, but
it's all going to come down as planned.
It's not the pounds of explosives, it's the placement.
All right. Doug, good luck. Hope the morning goes well. We'll talk to you a little bit later.
And then let me interview you in about a half an hour.
Go back to your donut. It was a good sign when he showed up with a donut in hand and relaxing at this point, Ken. I'll tell you what, a lot of people have been doing an awful lot of preparation work. We've heard a lot about CDI being from Baltimore, Bianchi Trison being from Syracuse, New York. But the folks who got this stadium ready to come down today are very much local workers. To every child who's ever knocked over a stack of blocks or rammed a toy bulldozer into a pile of dirt, this is the stuff dreams are made of.
Dirty and dusty.
Yeah.
It's fun.
It's fun?
Yeah. Get to go in and rip stuff down.
We're in there, I have a shear, and we're ripping the metal apart, and you can be kind of rough and slamming around. So here's some fun.
But there's something else mixed with that fun for these local laborers.
I can feel the sadness from the building. This building's been here a long time, and it's like become a part of the city. I had pictures of this stadium when it was brand new, and now I'm ripping it away.
You're tearing down memories. Yeah. But then you're looking forward to a new beginning, though, in the new stadium.
I worked for Franco Harris when I was a little kid. I grew up right over there on Kirkbride Street.
Jim Boyle is spending his days on the team drilling holes for the Implosion dynamite.
It really bothers me to see, you know, my childhood being a part of this stadium, to see them tear it down.
I watched them build this place when I was a kid. Now I'm here tearing it down. I watched the 4 Super Bowl teams in the stadium. I think this place is going to be missed.
And every one of these workers tell me they have friends hoping for a souvenir.
Yeah, there was quite a few people asked for, can you get me a chair? Can you get me a piece of turf?
And the workers were actually supposed to sign an affidavit of saying they wouldn't take anything out, but I got to tell you, Ken, I saw a few things coming out here. Let me also point out, I'm wearing this hard hat because we are required to inside the blast zone, although we are way far enough away that it really isn't necessary. It's just a requirement to make sure that everybody's safe, Ken.
And we're certainly glad that you are safe. John, you've been practically living with these demolition guys for the past couple of months since they've been here. They've got experience bringing stadiums down, don't they? I mean, this is going to be the first spectacle that we're going to witness in person, but they've done this before.
Yeah, they brought down the Kingdome in Seattle, of course, and that actually was a bigger challenge because of the roof on the Kingdome. They actually had to blow apart the steel, and a lot more of that structure was steel, and they actually blew that all apart. When I was talking to Doug Loiseau about that, I don't remember how long ago it was now, he said that was a much more complicated blast than this one. This, however, because of the Steelers' new stadium, is a little bit complicated because they got to pull it away. Although you get the impression from talking to these guys that the Rooneys can relax.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. They took the precautions of putting curtains on the new Steelers stadium, hoping to protect the windows there. Are they expecting that that new stadium will be completely unscathed, not a window pane broken?
There have been those predictions made, although they say, you know, you make these plans, you put the precautions in place, but you just don't know. I mean, one piece of dynamite loaded just slightly the wrong way could throw a rock, go right through the curtains and break some glass. But as Heidi Edwards from the Steelers told me, she's, you know, we're 6 months away from opening. If we lose a pane or two of glass, it's easily repaired and we're not going to panic about it. So I don't think the Steelers are terribly worried, but CDI will consider this a failure if they blast a bunch of windows out of that stadium. They're confident that that's not going to happen.
All right, John Shumway over at the Command Center. Thanks very much. Stay close, stay warm. We'll be checking back in with you as the morning goes on. We want to give you a little taste of the event down here. There is a good crowd already filling up Point State Park. No doubt Grandview Avenue on Mount Washington filling up. Let's give you an idea of who's here at this early hour. Brenda Waters is among them over here at the Point. Brenda.
Okay, Ken, thank you very much. People were literally running into the park. We are family this morning. We're definitely family. Thank you. We are family this morning. A lot of folks are here. They're wrapped up in blankets. They have sleeping bags, and they're all looking for a good place to sit down. One person I want to talk to, this guy is from Hagerstown, Maryland. Brought memorabilia with him this morning. Now, how do you feel about the stadium going down?
It's a very sad experience. A lot of memories in there. The Immaculate Reception, a lot of Super Bowls. But a lot of new memories coming in the new stadium.
All right, thank you very much.
New Super Bowl for 2001.
All right, I have some little friends here this morning. You have this blanket. You're kind of chilly this morning, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, this is something you'll remember for a long time, I'm sure, right?
Uh-huh.
You think so? Yep. Okay, too cold to talk. All right, okay. And these guys are Pitt students. They're from Chambersburg, right? Okay. Now, what really brings you out? You want to see it go down? You're going to cry? It's going to bring back memories? What's the deal?
I personally want to see it go down.
You want to see it go down. Why is that?
It'll be exciting. Never see it again in my life.
Okay, all right. And you made a phone call this morning. You said, hey, I'm going to be on KDKA, and you made that call, right?
I'm on. Hey, if we can get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to see a groundhog in Punxsutawney, we can be up at 4 o'clock in the morning for this.
Hey, all right. Okay, and you, sir, you said you're having pancakes later? Come over here. Tell me that little joke you told me. He said we're having pancakes. Now explain that. How are you having pancakes?
We're having pancakes because Three Rivers is going to get pancaked when it explodes, so we're having pancakes on Three Rivers.
Get out of here. Ken, back to you.
All right, I don't know if it's going to be pancakes or mush, but I don't know. All right, we're going to go inside warm, toasty Gateway Center now. Stacy Smith and Patrice King Brown got lucky. They got to be indoors. Good morning, Stacy and Patrice.
Yeah, I'm sorry you lost the coin flip, Ken. Although you've got a great vantage point there to watch it. Thank you.
I upset somebody.
No, everybody loves you. Good morning. Here in the studio, we are set up to watch the implosion right along with you. And Patrice, I couldn't help but think about the one lady that John Shumway had, the construction worker, who said, we're tearing down memories, but we're building futures, too, at the same time. It's really kind of a poignant way to say it.
A whole new beginning. That's exactly right. She had it just perfectly. Like Ken and the reporters in the field, we can instantly call for a shot at the stadium. And the view from our Implosion cam, as you see it now, that is mounted, of course, on top of the old Westinghouse building. And that will appear for you. We've got some wonderful things, wonderful ways to look at it all from inside the studio.
Several different angles that we're going to be able to show you. Also, we want to show you this. This is inside Three Rivers Stadium. Take a look at this. This is a marker left behind by some of the people who worked for Aramark, the company that operated the concession stands at the stadium. Well, you can see the names there with the heading, "Thanks for the Memories." And that is going to be among the rubble once it comes down.
And just take a look at this. This is probably what might be our final look inside Three Rivers Stadium. As you can see, I mean, it's actually very sad when you look at it now. She is a shell of her former self, and you can see right through her, and that's not, of course, the way it's supposed to be. She'll be coming down, and life goes on.
You know, I can't remember exactly what our number was from one of the polls we conducted about the number of people who saw at least one sporting event inside Three Rivers Stadium, and there's always going to be a memory, even if you just went to one game or if you went to hundreds of games at Three Rivers Stadium. There's always a memory of something that took place inside there. You can remember the seat you were in, the home run, the touchdown, the interception, whatever it may have been.
The food.
The food, exactly. It's all right there.
There's a lot of memories and a lot of growing up, I think, for many of us here. I remember when they were building it, we were in high school and what was happening then, and now it's gone. Or going to be gone.
Going to be gone.
Yeah, took that last look coming through the Fort Pitt tunnels this morning.
I think we have about an hour and 40 minutes before they push the plunger and it goes away. You know, you have to also think that former Mayor Sophie Masloff, somewhere in the city right now, probably has a little smile on her face this morning.
Oh, that's right. Sophie first proposed building a baseball-only stadium 10 years ago, and she proposed the construction of Clementi Field. Well, people laughed at her then, but as weekend anchor Don Cannon reports, Sophie will have the last laugh.
And there it is. I mean, it's in progress.
Here it is.
Sophie Masloff is a little older and a whole lot wiser than back in 1991 when she strode into city council chambers and made the proposal that instantly made her the subject of scorn.
An old-fashioned, natural grass, open-ended baseball park to be built close by Three Rivers Stadium on the north side.
This administration is floundering, and this Clementi Park notion of an old-fashioned ballpark is dubious at best, given our financial situation.
I had been to several of the major stadiums in the country, and I saw what had been accomplished and what a great thing it was. And so I had our in-house. I had all of our engineers in-house draw plans, come up with an estimate of what it would cost, half of what it eventually cost, and we presented it to the public. Well, the public went bananas. Everybody thought that was the worst thing they ever heard. So I had to withdraw it. But I knew then that it had to come, and I knew that it was a great thing for the city.
And as it turns out, her prediction was right. 10 years after she proposed Clementi Park, the curtain is about to come up on PNC Park, a facility that looks much like the one she originally proposed.
A lot of the plans that they are now using we had incorporated in the plans that we drew. They were good plans, and it was half the cost. The estimate is half the cost of what it finally cost.
Turns out Sophie Masloff's proposals on how to pay for such a ballpark were prophetic as well. Her plan called for the state and a yet-to-be-proposed regional taxing authority to come up with most of the funding. So fast forward to today. With a little bit of arm twisting, the state is indeed helping to pick up part of the cost of a new PNC Park, as well as the new Steeler Stadium. And the now familiar Regional Asset District is picking up a good part of the rest of the cost, just as Sophie had predicted. I'm Don Cannon, KDKA TV News.
Sophie knew.
She did. She was absolutely right.
Well, here's what's on tap as we continue our live team coverage of the Implosion at Three Rivers Stadium. Next, going to a football game at Three Rivers. We will relive the sounds of the Steelers after a 1-minute commercial break.
And then later, the men who cover the games, they spend more time there than any of us. Talk about the games, the sports roundtable, and among the topics. Remember Cliff Stout?
An art clearance sale like you've never seen before. This Sunday only, Collector's Art brings you gallery quality oil paintings at a fraction of their retail value. Paintings like this classic floral full of rich color, renditions of old masters, all at unbelievable savings. Plus over 2,000 paintings to be sold out at $19 to $59. Imagine beautiful hand-painted oils only $19 to $59. This Sunday only, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. in Monroeville at the Radisson Hotel, in Greentree at the Greentree Holiday Inn, in Cranberry at the Sheraton Pittsburgh North, and at the Pittsburgh Airport Marriott. You know H.J. Heinz Company for ketchup, pickles, and baby food. But did you know Heinz produces over 150 leading brands sold in 200 countries?
I'm Bill Johnson. Heinz is proud to be among the most admired food companies in the world. When we needed to expand, we looked no further than Pittsburgh, our home for 130 years.
2,000 Heinz employees work downtown and on the city's North Shore. More will join them here as Heinz continues to grow. Heinz is proud to be making a difference in our hometown.
Well, the Pirates have been around longer. As we look at the clock, an hour and 36 minutes to the implosion of Three Rivers Stadium. They have been around longer, but we have to face it.
Well, you might get some argument from some people, but you do have to realize that Pittsburgh is a football town. And, of course, the Steelers galvanized their place in our hearts at Three Rivers Stadium.
This is the new era of the Steelers. It's not like the old Steelers, believe me. The public, the football world might as well wake up.
At quarterback, number 12, Bradshaw.
And Bradshaw back and looking again. Bradshaw running out of the pocket, looking for somebody to throw to, fires it downfield. And there's a collision. It's caught out of the air. The ball is pulled in by Franco Harris. Harris is going for a touchdown for Pittsburgh. Harris is going. Bradshaw back looking for the end zone. He fires it down the middle. Stallworth has it. Touchdown, Steelers. Hand off to Franco. He drives through. He has it. He should be to 102 yards. 50,000 people standing and applauding. And here comes Steve Davis on the field. Listen to the ovation for Franco Harris. Up for grabs. Oh, man, here it comes. It is. He caught it. He caught the ball. No, the rule incomplete. For a moment, it appeared that the miracle had been answered. Aaron Bailey almost with a reception. And the Steelers have won. I got hit harder than anybody.
This trophy, while it's only half of what we want to accomplish, is for Dan Rooney and, more importantly, the fans of Pittsburgh, baby. This is for you.
Bill, you may not be aware.
Wow. You hear that crowd noise, and you have to think about the people who sometimes think, oh, the game is over, let's get out of here, let's get to our cars, and they're walking out of the stadium into the parking lots, and you'll hear a roar go up like that, and you know you missed something.
It is, you know, it is even more powerful, actually, in our minds with the sound and not necessarily with the pictures. Michael Chalik did a wonderful job putting that together.
Put that together. He did a great job with that. You know, throughout our special news coverage of the implosion, you will hear from the players, the coaches, and the managers who made a mark in our lives by the way of what they did inside Three Rivers Stadium. So let's begin with Steelers linebacker Andy Russell.
I remember getting a call from the chief saying, Andy, this is in the off season. I've got a photo op for you. It was probably in 1968. And I said, a photo op, what's that? And he said, come on over to a field on the north side, and I want you to put the shovel in the ground on the new stadium. So I went over there. I was the only player there. And the chief was there, Dan, I'm sure, was there, and I got to, take the mandatory pictures, pushing the shovel in the ground. So that stadium, and then I toured the stadium. It was being built 5 or 6 times, and then played, of course, in the first game, and now it's being torn down. There's really ambivalent feelings about that. I mean, the stadium was a place that was home.
I think also tied to all this for the players and for many people here is this was also the youth of so many people. Yes. I mean, a very, very exciting time in Pittsburgh history, and sometimes it's hard to let that go,
It is. It really is. Well, there's so many
there
things.
Are a lot of emotions today. Here's what's on tap, though, as KDKA's special live implosion coverage continues. Next, would the Steelers have been great at any stadium, or did Three Rivers Stadium help the Steelers win 4 Super Bowls?
And later, take a trip with us into the KDK TV archives as we show you the report we aired the day of another big implosion, the Carlton House. We will be back after this 1-minute commercial break.
Choosing the right Medicare supplement plan is so important.
but it can be confusing. I needed answers to several questions and found them in this guide to health insurance for people with Medicare. It's available absolutely free, just by calling this toll-free number. I learned how Medicare supplement policies give you the freedom to choose the doctors and hospitals you want, that almost all your Part B process claims can be filed automatically, and how once the policy is issued, your coverage can never be canceled. This free guide could help answer your questions about Medicare supplement insurance. I know it helped me make the right choice. Call for your free Medicare supplement guide today. You'll be glad you did. Call right now.
This informative guide to health insurance for people with Medicare is available absolutely free from United American Insurance Company. To receive your free guide, call 1-800-879-0985. That's 1-800-879-0985.
Welcome back to our Implosion coverage. You can see about an hour and a half left. And all of a sudden, Three River Stadium will go up or down. And that'll be the end of it. It's going to be an exciting time. Welcome back to the studio, everyone. I'm Bob Pompiani, and we are here to talk about some of the memories on the field. And you think about 31 years of Steeler football. During that time, 14 AFC division championships in the Central Division. You think about all the AFC title games that came to Three Rivers, 7. And think about that when you talk about teams that haven't ever had an opportunity. The Steelers hosted 7 AFC championship games. A lot of great memories. And joining me right now, two guys put a lot of miles on. John Steigerwald, Ed Bouchette. We've all been there for so, well, we got to be honest here. We put a lot of miles on covering games. I'm going to start with you, John. We'll talk about the 70s, because I think people, when you look at Three River Stadium and you talk about the memories, we came over here from Pitt Stadium to Three River Stadium. A lot of people were having, questions about whether that was a good move or not. As it turns out, you look at the number of wins in the 70s, 61 home wins during the 1970s. I think that pretty much sums it up. It was a good move for the Steelers to make.
And also, unless you are old enough to remember, you don't realize what a big move it was for the Steelers to go into their own stadium. They didn't have their own stadium. They played at Forbes Field. They played at Pitt Stadium, and here they were getting their brand new stadium. And keep in mind that in 1969, they had come off a 1-13 season. They won their first game at Pitt Stadium that year, and then lost every game they played, including, obviously, every home game. And so they go into Three River Stadium, and in 1970s, they start right off by going 4-3 at home. Now, that may not sound like much right now, but that should have been an indication that things have changed, because they couldn't beat anybody anywhere. And there they were, actually, with a winning record anywhere. And so they had a winning record at Three Rivers. And from that point on, they went from right up to 71, 72. Their record, we have it here somewhere, their record in the 70s was ridiculous.
61 wins, 13 losses at home in the 1970s. And the last 5 seasons at home in the 1970s, they were 7-1 each of those years. I mean, you came in here, you knew you were going to have a hard time. Even though they didn't play well on the road in some of those years, it was almost a guaranteed win at Three River Stadium, no matter what happened.
Well, Bob, I talked to Chuck Nolan. He said they could not, he does not believe they would have won 4 Super Bowls without that stadium. He does think that they would have won, but the stadium had not only a psychological impact for these guys, it was a home. They were going between Pitt and Forbes Field, but they were also practicing in the muck at South Park. They came here, they practiced on the turf that they were going to play on Sundays, and Andy Russell told me, he said they used to say things like, it was tartan turf at the time, and they'd say, they'd get a bounce go their way, and they'd say, that was for the grand god Tartan, and that's what they called it. They were used to that turf, and the crowds, that noise in that bowl, and how those fans rocked that stadium really had a lot to do with the success of the team. Of course, so did Joe Green, Terry Bradshaw.
Yeah, all those guys. L.C. Greenwood, Sackmaster. 1972 was a big year because they beat Kansas City and Minnesota, 2 teams that were good teams. Shift ahead to the 80s then. All of a sudden, after 4 Super Bowls, you knew sooner or later things were going to turn around, and they did. You can't hold on to that kind of success for long. No. 1980s were a little different.
But still, even when the Steelers had bad years for them and bad years for anybody, you look at their record at Three Rivers in the 80s, even when they had teams that were really struggling, this still was, if they could have played their whole season, and even in those years, at Three Rivers and not had to go on the road, they probably would have gone to a couple more Super Bowls, because they couldn't lose here. They just, for them to lose here, if the Steelers lost a home game, it was a total shock to everybody, no matter who the visiting team was.
1990s, started off slowly. Bill Cowher came in, everything turned around a little bit. You know, the one team that really hated to come in here, Ed Bouchette, was the Cleveland Browns. You look at the Steelers, 23 home victories in the 31 years against the Browns at home. I mean,
Well, they had
hate
something like 16 in a row, Bob. I remember Art Modell telling me they were bringing dirt from the old Cleveland Stadium and dropping it on the turf here to try and break that jinx. Of course, they eventually did. But, you know, the one, I got two memories, big ones from that, the 90s, was the 94 championship game in January 95 when Neil O'Donnell did not complete the pass to Barry Foster against the Colts, and they lost. I've never heard the stadium so quiet as I did after that pass drop, because everybody thought they were going to beat the Colts, go to the Super Bowl. And then the next year, when they did go, but as that Hail Mary pass hung in the air and came down, nobody knew if it was going to be caught by the San Diego Chargers. And if they do, the Steelers don't go again. But it was tipped away, and that's when it was such a delayed reaction. I was on the field for that. And Steelers going back to the Super Bowl.
It seemed like it took forever for that pass to come down, as a matter of fact. Dennis Gibson in 94, that pass, you're right, if Neil O'Donnell delivers that pass a little quicker, they have a touchdown because he was open. Gibson comes in and tosses it away. The other thing we should point out, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the Steelers were not just home at Three River Stadium, also the Pittsburgh Maulers. We go back long enough so that we remember that, although I think for the debut you were covering spring training. You
I saw the Maulers' first game, but I didn't see the game you're about to talk about.
Yeah, that was the Cliff Stout game, and we were there, Ed Bouchette and I remember this game because afterwards I had to be talking to Cliff in the locker room, and he was not very happy with the proceedings. Of course, he was leading the Birmingham Stallions then, Joe Pendry, Mike Rozier, and the Maulers, and I remember the Snowballs, and he was very upset about that sellout crowd that day.
It was the first sellout in USFL history, Bob, and one of the reasons was one of the marketing guys from the Maulers happened to mention, come out and boo Cliff Stout. And people said, what a great idea, and they did it. And whenever Cliff, it snowed, and whenever Cliff would line up near the, you know, the Maulers lost that day, so Birmingham was down in near scoring territory a lot. Whenever he got inside the 20-yard line, you could see the snowballs just cascading out of the stands, clunking off helmets. And they, it was, I've never seen anything like that at a football game since. That many snowballs come flying out of the stands.
I remember being down there going in, and one of our photographers got hit. Well, you know, it was a dangerous situation. He was upset about that, but that's the way Pittsburgh felt about it. Remember those names, though? Ed brought one up, Ellis Rainsberger. You know, offensive coordinator, I believe, at the time.
Interim head coach when Pendry was fired.
Got fired. It was an amazing time, and we were there to live it all. And we're going to talk more about Three Rivers with regard to baseball coming up. Next time we get together, we will talk about the Pirates and their many years, and a lot of successes there as well. In the meantime, we're going to go live right now, and we're going to talk to my brother, Bruce, along with Susan Barnett. They're used to getting up this early. They're up early every morning on KDKA TV News, and they're up on top of Mount Washington. What's going on up there, Bruce and Susan?
Hi, Bob. We are high atop Mount Washington. We're on the St. Mary's Overlook across from St. Mary of the Mount Church, and what a view we have. I think we have the best seats in the house.
I think you're right. You know, we were kind of surprised, Bob. You're right. We get up early every morning for the KDKA TV Morning News. We thought we got here early this morning around 3:30. No. Grandview Avenue lined with folks wrapped up in Afghans. They had their lawn chairs out. They are here. It's like a party-like atmosphere.
And now it's just packed. McCardle Roadway down below, bumper to bumper. So if you're planning on coming out, you might not make it up to Mount Washington in time for the Implosion. It's just a madhouse up here.
It is crowded. Let's warn you. You can hear the sirens going by. Police are up here. You are not allowed to park on Grandview Avenue. So you have to find somewhere else to park, and then you can get your seat. There's not many spots left, though, along the Overlook. It is a spectacular sight.
It really is. And bundle up. If you come out, the only place I think I'd rather be is in one of those Riverview rooms at the Hilton that were sold out like in the first day they were available.
Yeah, or you have the best seat in the house watching at home. We have a lot of folks who came out to see this, as we say. They're lined up. Joining us now is Dave from the West End. You're a season ticket holder to the Steelers. Is this a bittersweet moment for you?
It's very bittersweet. You know, I spent a lot of years at Three Rivers, you know, going there as a kid, watching all the great Steeler games and Pirate games, seeing Roberto hit his 3,000th hit. It's a lot of nostalgia, a lot of memories, but it's out with the old, in with the new, and I'm excited to be here. New season ticket holder to the new stadium, got Pirate seats as well.
Are you a bit concerned about how close the new stadium is to Three Rivers, and that it might take a section down?
It looks really closer. I tell you, you look at it, it's about 80, 90 feet apart, and hope they just don't get my seat.
So you came out here despite the cold temperature. You felt that you were with the Steelers through all those games. You had to be there to see Three Rivers go.
Oh, yeah, I had to be. I'm here with a couple buddies, my brother here. We all came up, got here about 3 o'clock in the morning. try and keep warm, a little bit of coffee. The alcohol's still going a little bit, but we're having a great time.
All right, Dave, thank you very much for joining us. Do we have time for Debbie? We'll bring Debbie in. Debbie, how are you? Thanks for coming to talk to us. You won a radio contest to be here, actually.
Yes, I did.
So you have the privilege of standing here on the overlook at St. Mary's of the Mount. What's this like for you this day?
It's wonderful. I called in to win the contest to bring my dad up here.
So you're going to be sad to see the stadium go, but happy that it's going to be a new stadium.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting into the new stadiums. I'm really excited. I was down there, drove by last week, and so I'm real excited to see what they look like when they're finished.
Right, Debbie, thank you very much for joining us. You can see these folks are really happy. They got their coffee,
yeah.
They got their Afghans. They don't mind this bone-chilling weather.
They don't mind. Right now, they're about 10 deep. I'm looking over there. And you know, there's lots more to come this morning. We have a lot more. And here's a look now at what's on tap as we continue our coverage this morning of the implosion of Three Rivers Stadium. Coming up next, we're going to look back at the controversy surrounding the construction of Three Rivers Stadium, then the controversy over building the new stadium years later.
And then later, you don't want to miss this, the Implosion Man. Meet the guy who spent most of his life living a dream, blowing up things.
Tunch Ilkin at G&G Fitness reporting on the latest trend in losing weight. It's called working out. And your #1 source for high-quality home fitness equipment in Pittsburgh is G&G Fitness. Treadmills, home gym, G&G. Life cycles, cross trainers, G&G. Climbers, free weights, G&G. 12 months, same as cash. G&G. Staying in shape isn't just for football players. G&G Fitness, Banksville Road, McKnight Road, and Monroeville.
Lemieux, his first shot on goal, and he scores! He shoots and scores! What a shot by Lemieux! Oh, Michael, motorcycle, down the press. What a move by Lemieux! And then he scores the hat trick. Oh, great ball to five. Lemieux gets the go-ahead goal. The Stanley Cup has come to the city of Pittsburgh. Elvis has just left the building. Mario Lemieux, his first goal in his comeback here tonight at the Mellon Arena. And you'd have to be here to believe it.
1 hour, 19 minutes left before Three Rivers Stadium comes tumbling down. This is a view from Mount Washington. The crowds are there. People are all getting ready. They're all bundled up because it's a cold morning in Pittsburgh. This morning, as we get ready to implode Three Rivers Stadium, instead of just showing you the pictures of other implosions that made Pittsburgh history, we've gone into the KD archives and pulled the actual reports from those days. Now, right now, we'd like to take you back to August 31st, 1980. KDKA TV reporter Susan Burke was there when the same company that is imploding Three Rivers Stadium today imploded the old Carlton House Hotel downtown to make way for the new Mellon Bank Center.
The curious began arriving at 4:30 this morning. Cameras in hand, hundreds watched from behind police barriers as the 28-year-old Carlton House was given a final wiring check. Ned Sokoloff wouldn't have missed today's demolition.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance. You see it in the news, you see it everywhere, but you never get to see it in person. So here's a big chance.
Rebecca Woodall brought her son Manfred to give him a taste of a future career.
He told me he's going to be an architect when he grows up, so I told him this is the first step. You blow up the old building.
For Jim Engelbrecht, there were a few regrets. The Carlton House had once been his home.
It's a good building. Hate to see a good building go.
Regrets aside, today the 16-story hotel was coming down. And for $50,000, it was the Loiseau family, experts in demolition, who were going to do it. Jack Loiseau and his sons Doug and Mark have demolished over 600 buildings. Over the past week, company engineers planted some 1,200 charges in the Carlton House, designed so that upon explosion, the weight of the building and the natural force of gravity would make the structure collapse into itself. It was all set to go just after 8 a.m., but by 9:30, onlookers were still waiting, getting more restless. Loiseau would not be rushed.
And the fact that we're not in the entertainment business and these folks didn't give us $100 per seat or per spot to watch it, I feel no obligation to go in there quickly. We can't go till we're ready.
A broken wire stalled the operation, and Loiseau was getting tense.
I'm impatient, yeah. I want to get it down, get it over with. But because any job we do can put us out of business. Insurance companies are great when they're making money, and we pay them about $250,000 a year. And all we need is a bad job or two, and they'd probably cancel on us like they have on others.
Finally, his sons fixed the faulty connection.
Do it.
The countdown began, along with a moment of prayer, because this is dangerous work. The Loazo family knows just how dangerous. Son Mark was severely injured in one explosion.
We'll give you the praise in Jesus' name, amen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire.
It took only 7 seconds. Watch again in slow motion. Clouds of dust mushroomed across Grand Street, creating a lunar landscape throughout an 8-block area. Pittsburgh's own Mount St. Carlton. For the Loazo family, it was a job well done.
Textbook, it was just exactly the way we planned it, the fall of the building.
For onlookers, it was poetry in motion.
It's artistry. I mean, anyone can do that. It's a form of art. It's wonderful.
Cleanup crews moved in immediately. Short of a few broken windows and more dust than expected, execution was perfect.
The Cleveland Wrecking Company now has about 6 weeks to clear away the rubble of what was the Carlton House. In October, the Giroux Corporation will begin work on a new multi-story skyscraper. Susan Burke, TV2 Eyewitness News.
7 seconds to bring that one down. They're guessing it's going to be about 19 seconds to implode Three River Stadium. And if you are still planning to come to town, or if you have to make your way around town, you may want to pay attention to the next couple of graphics that we're going to show you. The yellow line on this map shows the roads police will close at 7:45 this morning, or 1 hour from now. They include Interstate 279 to Reedsdale, the Fort Duquesne Bridge merge points, and the Route 65 entrance to Interstate 279. Ridge Avenue and Federal Street are highlighted in red. Those are the borders of the blast zone. You cannot walk there. You can drive there as long as you don't stop to watch. So that is where you can be and cannot be in about an hour from now. Well, you know, Three River Stadium opened in the summer of 1970, and like the construction of the new Pirates and the Steelers stadiums underway right now, building a stadium in the 1960s was not without controversy either. Three River Stadium may be 30 years old, but the idea for it was born 12 years before it actually opened. The year was 1958. Pittsburgh was undergoing its first renaissance, and a Civic Affairs Committee recommended to Mayor David Lawrence that Pittsburgh needed a modern, multi-purpose stadium to remain a first-class sports town. But it was 5 years before the Urban Redevelopment Authority began acquiring and clearing land in what was then a blighted industrial and commercial area on the north side. It took 4 more years before construction started, as people debated the design of the stadium. The original plan called for it to be open on one end. There was also a debate over the multi-million-dollar price tag. Critics said team owners, not the taxpayers, should foot the bill. That sounds familiar. Ground was finally broken on April the 25th, 1968. The Pirates would open their 1970 season in a new stadium. Or would they? There were labor troubles, and black contractors protested for their fair share of work. There were also financial problems, and it was July the 16th before the Pirates finally began playing in their new stadium. Many of the same issues that plagued the construction of Three River Stadium are now dogging its demolition and the construction of PNC Park and the Steelers' new stadium. When Mayor Sophie Masloff proposed a baseball-only park for the Pirates in 1991, she was roundly criticized. But over the next couple of years, the idea gained momentum, and as it did, the Steelers said they would need a new facility too. Once again, critics said team owners should put up the money. This time, it didn't take as long to begin building the new sports facilities, but the controversy over who would pay was more bitter. In 1997, voters rejected a regional sales tax. A year later, local officials lobbied in Harrisburg for a so-called Plan B that would have the state help pay the cost. But it was a tough fight in the legislature. A bill passed in the wee hours at the end of the legislative session in November of 1998 caused a furor because many lawmakers claimed they didn't realize what they were voting on. Governor Ridge refused to sign the bill, but he kept working on the issue. And in early 1999, after a threat from Kevin McClatchy to move the Pirates, the governor engineered and the legislature approved Plan C, a measure where the state would provide money for stadiums in Pittsburgh and in Philadelphia. And joining us this morning is our political analyst, John Delano. You're wondering why a political analyst would be here for the implosion at Three River Stadium? Well, if you listened to my report just a moment ago, you can't talk about the stadiums without talking about the politics involved.
Well, you know, there's no doubt about that, Stacy, that politics has always been integral to the development of stadiums, not only in this region, but around the country. And the fact is that as long as there are going to be public dollars invested in these, you're going to have tremendous controversy in the public itself. You know, we are going to be paying for this stadium that's coming down today for the next 9 years, and it's going to be paid by sales tax dollars here in Allegheny County.
Exactly. We'll get into the financial end of this in just a second here, but what about the political side of this, the ups and the downs for the people who were involved? Sophie Masloff wanted a stadium. She was roundly criticized. Tom Murphy engineered, got this one on the planning books, and now they're both being built.
Well, you know, Stacy, really, Mayor Masloff, who was really the first to propose the new stadium that we now have, I think it really hurt her credibility in the city. Now, of course, we're all hailing her as somebody who really came back and who did exactly what you would expect her to do as mayor. But certainly back then, it hurt her ability to run for another term as mayor. I think the real question in today's politics is whether this implosion that we're going to witness in another hour or so, does that implode Tom Murphy's future as mayor of the city of Pittsburgh, or will, when he cuts the ribbon on PNC Park just weeks before the primary election, is that an added boost? Everything that we can tell right now is that there are lots of folks in the city of Pittsburgh still very unhappy about the way these stadiums have been financed.
But on the financial end of this, once again, as we were talking just a moment ago, when Three Rivers Stadium was built, the onus was put on the city of Pittsburgh, the taxpayers were just within the city itself. On these two new stadiums, the county is picking up part. I mean, people live in the entire county.
That's right. There's no question. In the very beginning, certainly the Pittsburgh Stadium Authority, it was city taxpayers who were really bearing the burden for Three Rivers Stadium. But that shifted to county taxpayers when the Regional Asset District was created. And essentially, dollars from that 1% sales tax that we all pay every time we purchase products in Allegheny County, that is what has been paying for much of the debt on Three River Stadium, and will continue to pay some close to $38 million over the next 9 years to pay off a stadium that doesn't even exist.
Exactly. Now, the interesting thing about this on the political side is that when David Lawrence was mayor and this was being proposed, he didn't take a hit on this as Sophie Masloff did.
Well, he really didn't.
There was a different feeling in the city.
There was a different feeling, and mind you, Governor Lawrence, and he was governor from 1959 to 63.
It was proposed when he was mayor, but he left the mayor and became
governor. That's right. And you know, he before this stadium ever opened, so there wasn't any downside for
I'm sure that we will never hear the end of politics and sports stadiums.
That's the one thing you can be sure of.
All right. Thank you. John Delano. Enjoy the implosion.
Oh, thanks.
All right.
Well, as light starts to come over Three River Stadium, you get a little clearer picture about what's going on and how things look. You can see the city a little bit better in the background. Ken Rice is down at the point. We told you earlier he is as close as you can be without getting arrested, basically, to cover what is going on. And Ken, we have to know, what is the mood down there? I know you're freezing, but what's the mood?
My own mood is one of budding hypothermia, but there's excitement in the crowd. Everybody's bundled up, and yeah, there's light in the sky, and the Goodyear blimp is in the sky. It's really turning into a pretty morning, cold but pretty, and that blimp will be providing KDKA with the exclusive overhead shots of the implosion and of the crowds and the scene down here. But a lot of excitement in the air. It's going to be a spectacle. People have been waiting waiting for this for a long time. I think everybody's eager to see it happen this morning. But we were talking, John and Stacy, talking about the politics, the disagreement, the controversy over the events leading up to this implosion, and we wanted to know exactly how people are feeling as the moment arrives, as D-Day is here. So we did an exclusive KDKA TV News poll, and we asked the following question: what is the main emotion you're feeling as Three Rivers is about to come down? And here's what we found out. 21% said they're hopeful that the new facilities mean a new day in Pittsburgh. 19% told us they're angry because they were opposed to the new stadium plans. 18% say they're happy this morning because they think the new facilities will be better places to watch the sporting events. 17% say they don't care one way or another. Or 17% say they're sad, rather, and yeah, another 17% say they don't particularly care. Right down here, though, what people do care about is seeing this thing happen. A lot of the crowd here at the point, right on the edge. Brenda Waters has been talking to people throughout the morning. We switch over to her now. Brenda?
Okay, Ken, thank you so much. You're right. I got the poll that you're talking about. Indeed, the cement will crumble, but the memories will last for some time. I'm with Rob and his son Patrick this morning. We're going to talk about your feelings this morning. Are you happy? You're sad? What are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling cold. I'm cold. That's pretty much it. It's fun. It's exciting. I mean, I was just telling Patrick in 30 years he gets to come with his kids and watch they tear down the other ones too.
I think that will happen.
Oh, sure. I mean, that's what we do. We're a nation of people who love to build things and then blow them up. I mean, that's what we're all about.
Okay. And Patrick, you had some very good answers this morning. What did you tell me you were feeling when I was talking to you earlier?
Both. I'm happy. I'm happy because we're gonna make a bigger one. It's gonna have a bigger field and that. And I'm sad because I'm gonna miss all the games I went to with it.
But then you're gonna start going to new games, right? To other games. All right.
On the other big one.
All right.
And why I said the next 30 years, they did this one in 30 years.
I think your dad said that. You live with him, don't you? I could tell. Okay. Okay, thanks, Patrick. And Adam, okay, I know you're cold because you forgot your coat this morning, first of all. So that's the first thing you're feeling. How do you feel about the implosion today?
Well, I'm kind of happy because, you know, it just makes way for the new stadiums and everything, and it's just like further development and technology and everything like that. But I'm sad to see it go because I've seen a lot of games here. My grandmother was a really huge Pirates fan and everything. So, but you know, it's all to make way for the new stuff. So, it's nice.
All right, thank you. Okay, Alita. Okay, where are you from?
Scott Township.
Okay, and how are you feeling this morning?
Well, I have a lot of mixed emotions. I have a lot of good memories from Three Rivers Stadium. My children, a lot of games, they're older now, but I also know the spirit of Pittsburgh, the people, we're a fun group, we're a lot of good tailgate parties. We'll just carry that over to the new stadium.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks so much. Always a lot of emotion when there's change, but I guess some people are feeling a little angry. There's a lot of hope here, and it's just a good feeling. Ken, back to you.
All right, Brenda, thanks. So we're going to see how good the feeling is over at the command center for the implosion this morning. John Shumway has been standing by with the people he's been chronicling the work of for months now, the demolition experts. Let's switch over to John now at the command center. John.
Atmosphere over here today. In fact, Doug Loazo's with me, and you've been in and out of this town a lot over the years, and this is very much a family operation. How many Loazos are involved in bringing down Three Rivers Stadium?
A gaggle. How many Loazos? A pride.
There's you and your brother.
Yeah, my brother and I are up here, and then my brother's two daughters, Stacy and Adrian, and his son, Jason, and then my brother's wife.
And everybody works together on the process?
Yeah, Stacy and Adrian have been up here a lot, as my brother came in last week, and I and his wife came in last night.
Now, let's watch, because this is quite a history. This is the Loazo family history, bringing down parts of Pittsburgh. Take a look.
Okay. Okay,
well,
that was good.
That was good. I think it imploded right there.
Right.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that
but
a lot.
You have been in town a lot. They're getting the tape ready. We'll see it in just a second. And it's everything from steel mills to buildings to downtown. You guys basically bring it all down.
Well, I think the first structure Dad brought down was the Manchester Bridge, and it's interesting. The pier is one of the piers is still standing over by Three Rivers.
They needed Joseph Horn Warehouse to make room for this. We did the Carlton House. We did the B&O Stores building down by 7th Street.
You've done some steel mills.
A lot of steel work up here. We did the Wood Street building.
And you tell me after this you're going to England?
Yeah, we have a job in England and a couple other places.
Yeah,
It's a week off first.
A week off?
Yeah, we have to. I mean, this has worn me out.
All right, well, let's show folks. They got the tape ready. Let's see exactly what the Loazos have brought down in Pittsburgh. As soon as Three Rivers Plaza was on the ground 2 years ago, Doug Loazo called his dad in Maryland.
Perfect.
Stop, Mike.
Okay, I'll call you later. Love you, Dad.
For 52 years, the Loazo family has been imploding buildings and structures, and Pittsburgh has been a regular stop.
We took down the Carlton House. We took down the B&O Stores building up here by 7th Street. We've probably done upwards near 20 structures in Pittsburgh over the years.
Including the Horns Warehouse that made way for the construction of Three Rivers Stadium on the north shore of the Point. Loazo remembers that September 1968 blast carried out by his dad.
It's just, you know, come full circle, and in this case, it kind of makes me sad because my dad just passed away. So this project makes me think of him a lot.
Loazo and company have faced the challenges of a stadium before, when they took down the Kingdome in Seattle. But he says there's something different about Three Rivers Stadium.
This is a little different because of what this means to the community, Three Rivers. You know, being from Baltimore, I really could not appreciate, you know, the love that the city has for the Steelers until I saw the auction. And, you know, so this is different from that standpoint.
From a technical standpoint, Three Rivers does not pose the challenges controlled demolition faced in May of 1997. That's when we watched them bring down the Penzer building on Wood Street.
That was a lot more finesse because there was a lot less room for error for fall of the structure.
CDI virtually put that building into its own basement. That won't be as critical at Three Rivers.
This is not a lot of finesse. What we're doing here is just trying to get it down, trying to fracture the concrete to facilitate the debris removal.
After months of planning, CDI's work will come down to 20 spectacular seconds on Sunday morning.
Structures are not permanent. They're reusable. They're designed to have a 20, 30-year lifespan. So we're just, you know, part of the process.
And they have been part of the process. You know, the beard looked pretty good.
Yeah, it did. You know, it was pretty chic back then. But when it all started turning white, it had to come off. You know?
Back to business. I know they're in there doing the checks. Everything sound good?
Everything's great. We're on schedule. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Doug. Back to you, Ken.
All right, John, I'm just thinking that Doug could use a beard this morning to keep him warm.
It's cold out here.
If for no other reason. All right, you look back at the 30 great years of memories of Three Rivers Stadium. No year was more magical than 1979, the year the Steelers won the Super Bowl, the Pirates won the World Series. Not too long ago, we asked Chuck Tanner for some of his memories about his Pirate team of 1979. Chuck Tanner, of course, the former manager of the Pittsburgh Pirates, still lives in the area, still seen every now and then around Three Rivers Stadium, a soft spot in his heart for that place where the Pirates won 9 divisional championships, 2 National League pennants, and, of course, 2 World Series, 1971 and 1979. Once again, Chuck Tanner talking about that 79 Pirates team.
And that team of 79, without question, had to be the most exciting team that I can think of that ever played a whole season and did what we did. We didn't have a pitcher that won 15 games. We didn't have a batter knock in 100 runs. It never happened in over 100 years, and we won a World Series with that team. When I say team, it was really a team affair.
All right, we're sharing memories this morning, and we're sharing the excitement of what's to come. We're going to take a break, but when we come back, how did Three Rivers Stadium get its name? Do you know? You'll find out. And a little bit later this morning, a Pittsburgh guy living a dream. He always wanted to play for the Pirates, and he did, and so much more. Stay here. Our coverage continues in just 1 minute.
Art clearance sale like you've never seen before. This Sunday only, Collector's Art brings you gallery quality oil paintings at a fraction of their retail value. Paintings like this classic floral full of rich color, renditions of old masters, all in unbelievable savings. Plus over 2,000 paintings to be sold out at $19 to $59. Imagine beautiful hand-painted oils only $19 to $59. This Sunday only, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. in Monroeville at the Radisson Hotel, in Greentree at the Greentree Holiday Inn, in Cranberry at the Sheraton Pittsburgh North, and at the Pittsburgh Airport Marriott.
Announcing 3.9% APR financing on every 2001 Subaru at Suburban Subaru, Pittsburgh's favorite Subaru dealer. Foresters, Legacies, Outbacks, Imprezas. They're all in stock, and for a limited time, save hundreds, even thousands of dollars with low 3.9% financing. Suburban Subaru, now one of the top volume Subaru dealers in the nation. Our sales volume will save you money. Suburban Subaru, conveniently located on Route 19 Perry Highway in the North Hills.
Under an hour till the implosion of Three Rivers Stadium, 56 minutes and 7 seconds. Welcome back to our morning-long coverage here as we get ready to watch the stadium crumble. I'm Ken Rice reporting live from Point State Park, the shore of the Allegheny River, just outside the blast zone that's been designated for this morning. You know, there was a joke about Santa Claus at Christmas time using Three Rivers Stadium as his landmark. He had always looked for the one stadium sitting on Three Rivers. This year, though, he was a little confused because he saw three stadiums on one river. Three Stadiums River, they called it, but not anymore. After today, anyway. But anyway, where did this name, Three Rivers Stadium, come from? Let's fill you in. What's in a name? A lot for a local man's family and the fans of Three Rivers Stadium. This is Bernard L. Flynn, just a couple of years before he died at age 98. In the 1960s, Flynn served as Allegheny County's Deputy Recorder of Deeds. The World War I veteran also worked for the Pennsylvania Railroad and lived with his wife in Crafton for more than 50 years. Flynn's claim to fame came in 1968 when he suggested naming a new stadium under construction on the North Shore, Three Rivers Stadium. His daughter tells us he called the late Pittsburgh Post-Gazette sports editor, Al Abrams.
He was sitting in his office, and it just came to him that he thought it would be pretty natural right by the Three Rivers, and everybody knows the Three Rivers is Pittsburgh.
Flynn didn't get a penny for his thought. In 1982, Joe Brown finally gave Flynn his due in a column that answered the question, what's in a stadium name? Flynn, as you might expect, was a diehard Pirates and Steelers fan and spent a lot of time inside the stadium he named.
He was a great sports fan. You didn't interrupt him when he was watching a Pirate game or a football game. And the next day, he could tell you every player that played and what they did.
Flynn's family, including his great-granddaughter, will all be watching the implosion either at home on TV or at Point State Park. They all agree it will be an emotional time, and they'll miss Three Rivers once it's gone.
I think even though he might be sad that they're tearing it down, he also believed in things moving ahead.
All right, there's the story. We figured we better tell it today while the stadium is still there to look at and appreciate for a few more minutes anyway. Joining me now live and enviously eyeing my earmuffs is Paul Alexander.
That's a fashion statement you've made there.
Keeping me warm, warmer than you, my friend.
Yes,
How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
You know, growing up here, Ken, everybody, I think, when you're playing Little League baseball or football, you dream about playing in Three Rivers Stadium. It's only natural. One guy not only dreamed it, he lived it. His name's John Wehner.
Driven toward left center field. That ball will be caught by John Wehner. He might get a double play.
I thought I was pretty good, but, you know, it's not that easy, and it worked out. I mean, I'm still living it. I mean, today. I mean, I still think about it and say that, you know, I'm pretty proud of what I did and where I came from, and it really is amazing to me.
As a youngster in Carrick, John Wehner's home away from home was Three Rivers Stadium. And all he really cared about was the Pirates.
I had pirate pajamas as I was probably 5 or 6 or 7 years old, and I always dreamed of being a pirate. There was nothing else I wanted to be.
Many of us who grew up here had that same dream, but the difference is it became a reality for John. He was called up in July of 1991, and the local boy does good story is all that anyone wanted to talk about.
And everyone seemed to have my number at home. I was at the Hilton, and they knew I was there, I guess. Cigna called me like 8 in the morning. I'm thinking, I got to get out of here. I was getting these calls nonstop, so I had people just showing up at the door. I don't know how they got to my room. So I went out and found some little hotel out in Tarentum and stayed out there for the week.
Despite the chaos, the local kid proved he had some skills. In 37 games in 1991, he hit .340 with 36 hits and 15 runs batted in. But it was his second big league start that really sticks out.
I ended up having a defensive game of my life. I mean, I made a couple diving plays, started a couple double plays. He ended up getting his second straight shutout. ESPN game, everybody there. It was kind of like a coming out party.
Wainer, deep left. Look at this. And yes, who else would have hit the last home run ever at Three Rivers Stadium?
In his home ballpark. John Wainer. That's not the rock stuff. That's Rocky stuff. That is unbelievable.
You guessed it, John Wainer.
You can't outright that script right there.
But like some Greek tragedy, he also made the final out.
Shot left side. That's going to do it.
I've played the last at bat over a lot more than the last home run. I mean, the home run, hitting the last home run was fluky to me. I mean, I did it in the 5th inning, and there's 4 innings, and there was a lot of scoring in that game, so anybody could have hit the last home run. That was fluky. The last hit would have been something, and then in those circumstances, and I've replayed that a ton of times.
So while he tortures himself for not sitting on that curveball in that last at-bat, he also realized that the standing ovation and the curtain call he received for that last home run proved that the dream was real.
They want a curtain call from The Rock. That's got to be the happiest day in his life right there. Without a doubt.
I didn't realize that the bond was like that. I mean, I've heard my share of boos there, but I knew people appreciated me being from Carrick and playing there, but that was really special. I don't think I've ever got a tear in my eye on a baseball field until that very moment. I mean, that was impressive. I was really proud of that.
Unbelievable.
That really is a great story, and he's trying to continue the dream at 34. He's going to be with the Pirates in spring training. He's a minor league signed by the Pirates, and he'd like to play in the new ballpark as well.
I'd like to see him hit one out of there.
That would be great.
All right, Paul, great story.
All right,
thanks very much. All right, we're going to take a break for just 1 minute. When we come back, how exactly do you go about imploding a stadium? John Shumway is going to take a look at that, tell us what we should look for when the plunger is pushed. And later, the implosion dust. Should we be concerned?
Say good morning with McDonald's Hearty Sausage McMuffin with Egg Sandwich. Classic breakfast tastes, all nestled in a toasted English muffin. For only 99 cents.
Change things up. Get crazy with McDonald's new taste menu. Try our tangy McRib Jr. sandwich, an old favorite and a fun new size and a great price, just 99 cents.
We love to see you smile.
Without proper digital education, businesses are powerless to compete in today's high-tech era. By working one-on-one with our region's businesses, Questech analyzes their technology needs to develop technology-based solutions. During hands-on training seminars, businesses learn to turn needs into solutions, information into knowledge, and technology into tools, allowing our customers to be more competitive within their industry.
Giving Pittsburgh the technology to compete, Questech is making a difference in our hometown.
No time to log on? With AT&T high-speed cable internet service, you're always connected, so there's no dialing up. And streaming videos download in seconds. Nothing moves you like AT&T at home. Go cable, go faster. Get free basic installation in your first 6 months at $19.95 per month.
Fans waiting 47 minutes away, as the countdown clock says. And all of this, of course, because of the building of PNC Park, the building of a new stadium, new places for our sports teams. Now, Controlled Demolition is the company that's going to bring this down. But bringing it down the way they want it is a science. It's an art. It's something this company has been doing for 52 years. They go in, they very carefully look at the building and determine exactly how they can bring it down. And with the Steelers Stadium so close, it's crucial that they do it in just the right way. There is a reason this company is called Controlled Demolition.
Controlled Demolition is the choreographer in this explosive dance that drops thousands of tons of concrete and steel into finite piles and spaces. It's an amazing mixture of science and art. The science is relatively simple.
The building wants to come down. Right now it wants to come down, but the columns are holding it up. The columns are resisting gravity that's been pulling on the structure since it was built in the 70s.
In other words, knock out the supports, and down it comes. But getting it to fall where they want it is the art. Doug Loiseau, the artist.
This area of the stadium is going to come out and go like this.
Loiseau's plan is carefully crafted to pull Three Rivers away from the Steelers' new stadium, a movement that's crucial since the Steelers stadium is only 85 feet away.
If we break, 5 windows in the stadium, all of a sudden, this isn't a successful job. Everybody will point and say, hey, you really failed.
Loiseau's plan will first drop the gates, B, D, and then C, down and outward. It will then rotate the areas between gates B and D inward. And finally, it will domino in the rest of the stadium from the gates to the areas closest to the new stadium.
By the timing of our explosives and the loading of explosives, we put forces on the stadium that it can't take.
But how do you make it fall where you want it? Well, Loiseau says in the area of the gates, CDI will blow the columns from the top to the bottom. Now, by blasting the outside columns just a fraction before the inside columns and blowing out more of the outside columns on the first and second levels, the building wants to fall towards where it's weakest, which in this case is the outside. Now, on the rest of the stadium, where those switchback walking ramps are located on the outside, the inside columns will get the worst of it.
If I want it to fall this way, if I drop this farther than this, which way is it going to go?
Right.
It's going to go in. And if I drop this a little bit before this one, it's going to go in.
Crucial to the falling process is making sure that that switchback ramp near the new Steelers Stadium falls away from the new facility.
But what we're doing is augmenting the structural integrity of the ramp by stringing steel center cable on, I think it's 30 different locations on the ramp. As the stadium falls, it's going to pull the ramp in.
Overall, the explosive damage is done in seconds. Gravity takes a bit longer.
Well, you'll hear explosions for about 9 seconds before anything falls. Then from 9 seconds to the 18 or 20 seconds, things will be falling at different times and at different rates. Free fall's 32 feet per second.
So by 20 to 25 seconds.
Oh, it's down. It's gone.
Three River Stadium turned out to be a little tougher bird than they had expected. After they did their test blast, they realized that there was a lot of structural steel inside those columns, reinforcing bars that they didn't anticipate. So the original estimate of 2,000 pounds of dynamite went up dramatically as they started loading. In the end, Ken, they've got 4,800 pounds of dynamite in Three River Stadium, loaded, wired, and ready to push the button in, 45 minutes now?
Yep. We are getting close. All right, John Shumway over from the command center. Thanks very much. Ken Rice back at Point State Park, just outside the blast zone. And you can see how they've got this all down to a science. What they're never quite sure of, though, is the exact path of the dust. I'm pretty confident that we're going to be enveloped in that cloud. I've got my mask ready to go. But people do wonder, are there risks to this? Let's take a look. With any implosion, there's a thick cloud of dust heavy with particulates that rolls from the blast, enveloping everything in its path. This was Seattle's Kingdome being blasted off the map. The air so thick it briefly blocked out the sun. A big cloud will also pour from Three Rivers when it comes down, and anyone who comes out to watch the implosion will breathe some of it in.
It's the smaller particles of dust that we are really concerned about, because these are the particles that we can breathe into our lungs and that can create some problems, especially for people that have some pre-existing conditions such as cardiovascular disease or a respiratory disease such as asthma, emphysema, or chronic bronchitis.
The red shaded area here is the blast zone. This will be blocked off Sunday morning. Nobody will be allowed to watch the implosion this close. The dust is expected to roll out at least 800 feet on all sides, but it could spread even farther.
The immediate area is off limits to the public, but you know, some of this dust is bound to drift beyond the safety perimeter. We would say people living on the north side should probably stay indoors during the implosion and for maybe up to an hour afterwards. People on the other side of the river should not be surprised if they get some dust fall.
And that will be the people 1,000 feet away watching from Point State Park.
For the average healthy person viewing this implosion in person, they are probably facing no significant health risk, but shouldn't be surprised if a significant amount of dust comes their way. They might want to have a handkerchief handy to cover their nose and mouth just in case a dust plume heads their way. If you're elderly, if you have a chronic medical condition like cardiovascular disease or respiratory problems such as emphysema, asthma, chronic bronchitis, or if you're very young, yes, you know, these levels of dust in the air could be harmful. There will be no toxic emissions in this release. We've inspected the stadium. All the asbestos has been removed. Freon has been removed from the refrigeration units. This is just going to be a lot of dust.
All right, well, that's good to know. No toxins in there, but clearly it's gonna be a mess. Larry Richard joining me now, and my uneducated sense here is that the wind is coming directly from the north, south, right at us.
Well, what's tricky is the AccuWeather forecast has the wind out of the northwest, and that would push the cloud toward the downtown area more than straight across the river to Point State Park. But down here at the surface on the river, you can see the winds are very light and variable, but definitely coming across from the north side to the shore over here. So while it's a beautiful day, obviously a sunny day, it's going to be a lot warmer later, 34. Yeah. It's been holding steady at 20 degrees, Ken, but it does look like we're in the line of the dust cloud.
You've got your mask too.
This is the KDKA health plan.
This is it. I'm glad we got him. I'm glad we got him.
I'm surprised at how many people are here, Ken, because how cold it is.
And we should note that a lot of people in the crowd have these as well. So people have they've sort of paid attention to where this thing is expected to go. Yeah, we'll sell these to the highest bidder.
Maybe a ticket for next year's game.
All right, Larry, thank you. We're going to go back inside Gateway Center now and relive more of the Three Rivers memories with our sports guys.
All right, Ken, thank you very much. We're back inside talking about all the great success, the Steelers had. We touched upon that the last hour with 4 Super Bowls, with 14 division championships, with all the success. The Pirates certainly had their amount of success as well. 9 division championships. And once again, I'm joined by John Steigerwald, Ed Bouchette, and I was counting up all the years we've been tabulating. What, 26 for you, 23, 19. We got 68 years worth of experience. So we've seen a lot of interesting moments.
Yeah.
1970, Doc Ellis was the guy on the mound delivering the first pitch.
I was there for the first game. I remember being amazed after watching games at Force Field as a kid and coming in there and seeing the game. And what happened with me was that I then went away to do minor league baseball in 1974. I spent 3 years going around the country doing baseball in minor league parks and realizing what a real baseball park was supposed to look like. So I fell out of love with this place as a baseball stadium early on. So if I can risk being a little bit indelicate this morning, blowing this up as a baseball park, to me, is a lot like popping a zit. I mean, it's going to be gone. It'll hurt a little bit when it goes, but you'll be glad it's not there anymore. As a baseball park, it was a great place to watch football.
You're right about that. I agree, but we did have some great memories.
Oh,
and, one of the ones that sticks out to me, Ed Bouchette, and there were so many, but 1979, when they won the World Championship at the doubleheader game with the Phillies, you're looking at some other video right now, but John Milner, the late John Milner now, hit a grand slam pinch hit in the bottom of the 9th, game 1 of a doubleheader. I mean, that sort of really put everything in perspective for that team. That team was never going to die, no matter how badly they were down in a game. They came back in that game, won the doubleheader. It was a big moment.
That, of course, was the We Are Family year, Bob. And I remember when they beat the Cincinnati Reds in the championship, the Pirate wives just getting out of the stands and dancing to that song on top of the dugout. It irritated the Reds, but it was fun to watch. You don't see that stuff anymore. And also, I remember in the World Series, Pirates on Saturday just lost to go down 3-1 to Baltimore, And Ed Ott's sitting in there saying, we're going to win this thing. And I'm sitting there listening to him. I'm like, you're nuts.
And also, I don't think there was ever a better moment for me than the night Bob Prince came back to the booth.
That was
There were only
special.
about 17,000 people there, but that was as good as any World Series moment or anything for me, because I grew up listening to the guy who's an idol of mine, and to see the reaction of the fans there, and because of the way the broadcast booth was accessible to the fans, he could lean out and wave to them. That was an unbelievable moment.
And before they put that screen up, that screen used to come this way,
Right.
and you'd sit in the press box, and foul balls would come flying up in
Right,
there.
got to pay attention.
Phil Music once was sitting there busy typing away, and a ball came right back. It was coming right for his nose, and another sports writer went psh, and caught it and saved Phil's
Who was
face.
it? Who
I think
made
it was
the catch?
Dave Ailes.
Yeah,
Dave Ailes.
Got to give a guy credit for a catch like that.
He wasn't even paying attention.
I've seen some bad catches in that press box, some bad plays made by guys in that press box.
We had a lot of great times there, to be sure, although the Pirates, I'm sure, are glad they're moving to a new stadium because, quite frankly, they have not had much success, 8 consecutive losing seasons, so they will certainly be looking forward to a new beginning. PNC Park will provide it. But, you know, there is another Pittsburgh guy who's seen just about everything worth seeing at Three River Stadium, and Don Cannon right now reunited with Myron Cope.
What goes through my mind is a lot of terrific assistant coaches who went through their great football players, and I was along for the ride. My timing couldn't have been better.
Offense, offense, take that football all the way up the field.
Here go the Pittsburgh Steelers into the National Football League playoffs.
For the past 3 decades, he's been the color voice of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the key word here is voice.
Yoy, yoy!
Through 30 seasons of wins and losses, along with partner Jack Fleming, Myron Cope remembers most of all a cold December Sunday in 1972.
Back and looking again. Bradshaw running out of the pocket, looking for somebody to throw to, fires it downfield. And there's a collision. It's caught out of the air. The ball is pulled in.
Oh, boy. Well, I had left the broadcasting booth with 2 minutes to play. I had a post-game locker room show to do, as I still do today. So I was playing it on the side of caution. I didn't want to be trapped in the crowd leaving. I saw the immaculate reception perfectly. I was standing at the end line in a corner of the end zone, and I saw Franco make that catch. And, in fact, he ran straight at me. He turned that angle to the left, and I'm down there yelling, "Come on, Franco."
If victory has 1,000 fathers, then defeat is an orphan. And there is no lonelier place in Three Rivers Stadium than the Steelers' locker room after a loss.
I've been doing that locker room show, and after losses, it's not as much fun as after wins. There's no, because football is such an emotional game, and the players take a loss hard. I remember when they lost that crusher of an AFC championship game to San Diego not so many years ago. But that was a locker room that was practically devoid of people who were willing to come on the show. A couple of guys saved me because they were class acts. But that was murder.
The Steelers were never a gimmick team. No marching bands, no mascots, no scantily clad cheerleaders. But as the black and gold headed into the 1975 playoffs, the radio station that held the broadcast rights, WTAE, wanted its own gimmick.
So somebody came up with the idea that we could give away black masks to each fan entering, and on those masks, written in gold, would be "whatever it takes," which was Chaz Knoll's motto.
But when the management of WTAE learned that each mask would cost 50 cents and 50,000 black masks would cost $25,000, the idea was quickly dropped.
Yoy, excuse me, I had a sneeze.
But the gimmick idea was nothing to sneeze at. So Myron pulled from his cranium what would become the eureka moment of football gimmicks.
So I said, look, what we need here is something that everybody already has, so it doesn't cost you a dime. And I says, we will urge people to bring out to the football game yellow, black, or gold towels. And I'll tell the people, if you don't have a yellow, black, or gold towel, buy one. If you don't want to buy one, dye one. And I said, we will call this towel the Terrible Towel.
But would the gimmick work? Would fans actually bring the Terrible Towel, any towel, to Three Rivers? The answer would come on that playoff Sunday.
Now that gates are open, and People are coming through little by little, and I got my binoculars going all over the stands for the sight of the terrible towel. And now the stadium is filled up pretty well, and I don't see but at the most 3 terrible towels, 3 towels. And I thought, oh my God. And it was a nasty day, raining and everything. And the Steelers had taken their warm-ups and had gone back to the locker room, and now they come out into the tunnel to be announced. I'm telling you, towels appeared from everywhere. And there had to be, I swear, a minimum of 30,000 towels suddenly filled the air. Oh, did I heave a sigh of relief.
See thousands upon thousands of terrible towels waving out in those stands today. The terrible towel is poised to strike. So are the Steelers.
Stallworth has it. Touchdown, Steelers.
From the terrible towel to the terrible fan, Myron has unforgettable but mixed memories of Three Rivers Stadium.
A lot of great years, of course. I'm going to recognize that while it was a great football stadium, it was a terrible baseball stadium. And I'm also going to realize that there's a place next door to take its place. But sure, a ton of memories, because I started broadcasting the Steeler games as the color analyst in 1970, the year the stadium opened.
Some great memories with Myron Cope. Thank you very much, Don Cannon. Coming up as we continue our live coverage of the implosion of Three Rivers Stadium. Next, from Forbes Field to Three Rivers Stadium to now, Harold Hayes takes us back and takes us to the future. And then later, Mean Joe Green on what Three Rivers Stadium meant to him. That's all coming up.
Patrice King Brown, Ken Rice, committed to telling the story with no hype, just the truth, and part of the most respected news team in Pittsburgh.
Why are more and more people coming to Suburban Buick in the North Hills for their new Buick? Selection. Always over 100 new Buicks in stock, ready for immediate delivery. Service. Award-winning, friendly, personalized service, second to none. Low price. Believe it, no one sells new Buicks for less. Financing rates as low as 5.9%. Cash incentives as high as $2,500. Suburban Buick, now one of the top volume Buick dealers in the nation. Conveniently located on Route 19 Perry Highway in the North Hills.
This Saturday and Sunday, February 10th and 11th only, Levin Furniture makes their most powerful offer. Free financing for 2 full years. Your furniture interest-free till February 2003. No interest in 2001. No interest in 2002. 0% interest until February 2003. The offer starts Saturday at 10 a.m. and ends Sunday at 5 p.m. Free financing for 2 years, only at Levin Furniture.
When it snows, depend on the KDKA Radio Storm Center. The most complete list of school closings and delays. It's not closed until we say it is. The KDKA Storm Center, only on KDKA AM 1020. It's 81 degrees in Aruba. Call AAA Travel.
Welcome back, everyone. Good morning to you. Hard to believe 27 minutes left until they blow up Three Rivers Stadium. Lots of folks are here with us. Bruce Pompiani, Susan Barnett at St. Mary of the Mount Overlook, looking at the stadium. One of the best vantage points in the city. Lots of folks have been here since early this morning, 3:30 this morning. They're wrapped in Afghans and blankets. You can only imagine what the folks attending the 7:30 Mass at St. Mary's think right now. It's like a big party out here.
It really is. There are people everywhere, and it's kind of amazing. I mean, it'll take 19 seconds
for Three Rivers to come crashing to the ground. And with all these people up here, a lot of different feelings, a lot of emotions right now about Three Rivers going down, and obviously a lot of controversy surrounding the implosion.
Yeah, it's been controversial since this idea was first hatched. Of course, you know all about that. We conducted one of our exclusive KDKA TV news polls. We wanted to know what you're thinking now with these two new sports stadiums almost done now, compared to how you felt when they first talked about blowing up Three Rivers Stadium. And here's what you said. 40% were against tearing down Three Rivers and building the two new stadiums and are still against it. 46% said they're for tearing down Three Rivers, and they're still for it. But here's the big change. 15% were originally against tearing down Three Rivers. They are now for it. And, Susan, that's a good thing because 27 minutes and counting, there's no turning back.
There certainly is no turning back. You know, we talked about a lot of the different feelings surrounding the implosion, and I'm here with some of the people who came out, got up bright and early this morning to watch. This is Tom and Jesse from Greensburg. What brought you out here? I mean, you could be home in your living room watching. What made you How do you feel about Three Rivers going down with 19 seconds?
I'm happy. I spent a lot of time in there and, you know, see, but we're happy to see it go.
Jesse, how about you? I mean, you have a lot of years ahead of you, a lot of years at PNC Park, Stadium. What's the significance for you? How do you feel about actually watching Three Rivers crumble to the ground? Yeah. Tell all your friends you were here, you saw it happen.
We have a little bit of an audio problem right there, but one of the people who has probably seen more of what Pittsburgh has gone through from the old stadiums to the new stadiums and now to even newer stadiums is Harold Hayes. And he takes us back now on a look from Forbes Field to Three Rivers to now.
When I was growing up, Forbes Field meant this: getting there on a streetcar to watch my hero.
Roberto Clemente, one of the outstanding baseball players in the game today.
Right field seating was preferred because that's where Roberto played.
Conditions for another base hit.
The goal we're shooting for is an affirmative action program.
As a teenager, I watched the negotiations over a new stadium for football and baseball and watched the protests over just who would get those construction jobs. By the time the so-called terrible trolley rolled through town in the Steeler glory years,
we cheer the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I was back in town covering a city draped in black and gold. A few things I can't forget about those years. The Market Square celebrations. The arguments about who would fix the leaks and who would enforce the lease.
It's a bit more complicated, but a lot like this lease, the one that tells me I have to pay rent at my apartment through the middle of next year. It doesn't mean I can't move. It does mean I'll think twice about it.
The Pirates-Mets rivalries.
He's not the Big Apple, he's the Big Apple sauce.
What do you think of Pittsburgh? Where is it?
The Pirates-Braves playoff rivalry. The Steelers' latest Super Bowl run, and the late-night debates in Harrisburg over two new stadiums. But having watched all these transitions, both the construction and the destruction of Three Rivers, it just reminds me of something I learned a long time ago. The more things change, the more they stay the same.
And Harold has seen a lot of it, hasn't he?
He has. On the money. Exactly. You know, when you think back to the exciting time of Three Rivers Stadium and the exciting time of the Steelers in the 70s, it was an unbelievable time in Pittsburgh sports history and Pittsburgh history. And one of the people who stands out from that time is Steeler Hall of Famer Joe Green. And he told us last week, well, he understands why Three Rivers Stadium is coming down, but above all the victories, he says bringing down a building will not destroy the friendships he made while playing at Three Rivers.
I just remember going to the stadium to work every day, being a special place. It was a building, and the people in the building made it special. They're the ones that made it good to come to work. Three Rivers served his purpose well. And, you know, it was a building, it was a place that we had a lot of fun in. You know, the fans interacted with the players, making that place rock. But the bottom line is it was a people.
You know, Stacy, he's right about that. It absolutely, absolutely was the people. And I think part of the thing about Three Rivers Stadium, too, is it grew out of a time when Pittsburgh needed something that was going to lift us. We had just had all the closings of the steel mills, and we were coming down, you know?
Yeah, well, it was built, of course, prior to the closing of the steel mills.
Right.
It was built right after the first Renaissance, and between the first and the second Renaissance. And, of course, now we've got the new stadiums coming in. I guess one thought, you know, the French Foreign Legion movies?
Sure.
Three River Stadium has seen its last dawn, and now it's waiting for its date with the executioner. That's one way to take a look at it.
Yeah,
Sad way to look at it.
It is a sad way to look at it, but you're absolutely right. There was a pride in Pittsburgh that has been part of Three River Stadium history, too. And that is something that will not change. That pride, I think, can continue.
No, but I think people are looking forward to the next step and the new things, too.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We've got a whole new chapter, a whole new century.
Of course, we are getting much closer now to implosion time.
Yeah, that's right. Just how will they protect the new Steelers Stadium, though? After all, Three River Stadium is less than 80 feet away.
And a little bit later, Terry Bradshaw remembers the Immaculate Reception.
Trent Jilkin at G&G Fitness reporting on the latest trend in losing weight. It's called working out. And your #1 source for high-quality home fitness equipment in Pittsburgh is G&G Fitness. Treadmills, home gyms, G&G. Life cycle, cross trainers, G&G. Climbers, free weights, G&G. 12 months, same as cash. G&G. Staying in shape isn't just for football players. G&G Fitness, Banksville Road, McKnight Road, and Monroeville.
Without proper digital education, businesses are powerless to compete in today's high-tech era. By working one-on-one with our region's businesses, Questech analyzes their technology needs to develop technology-based solutions. During hands-on training seminars, businesses learn to turn needs into solutions, information into knowledge, and technology into tools, allowing our customers to be more competitive within their industry.
Giving Pittsburgh the technology to compete, Questech is making a difference in our hometown.
Come see what the road will be wearing this year. See the new cars and trucks in their Pittsburgh premiere.
It's here, the 2001 Pittsburgh Auto Show. You know you want to go. It's at the David L. Lawrence Convention Center, February 10th through the 18th.
The car event, Pittsburgh's ready to go. One big, powerful, exuberant, spectacular show. The Pittsburgh Auto Show.
We're going to have a 10-minute. I'll give
shot from above certainly gives you an idea of how close the new Steelers Stadium is to Three Rivers Stadium. You are hearing in the background the folks doing the final checks and talking to the folks inside the stadium who have gone around to make sure everything was connected and were ready for like 19 minutes away. But as the folks from CDI have said all along, if they do any damage to the new Steelers Stadium, then this thing's going to be considered a failure. So let's take a look at exactly how they plan to protect that new facility.
We're clear.
With a splash of gold, the seats are starting to appear in the east side grandstand of the Steelers' new stadium. Just beneath their concrete base, work is well underway creating the club-level lounge and hall. This space will have the best view in the house of the Golden Triangle starting, around 8:15 this morning. But it also means that this area is the most vulnerable as this youngster's 30-year-old neighbor goes down in a flash of dynamite explosions and the rumble of concrete.
Well, we're obviously keeping track of what they're doing, but we're not overly concerned.
Getting this football stadium ready on time is Heidi Edwards' job, a stadium that's only 85 feet away from Three Rivers. Edwards says they've been assured that the curtains now draped on the two stadiums will protect the wall of glass on the Steelers club and luxury suite levels.
To give some buffer between the glass and the wind and any debris that might be coming this way.
The last pieces of this super curtain were draped on Friday. What's it made of?
Consider multiple layers of canvas wrapped up in one fabric. It's very strong, like a Kevlar type material. So
Kevlar or kryptonite, the Steelers are counting on it. But flying debris is only one concern. The other is dust, which the Sports and Exhibition Authority is playing down.
You have a lot of dust that's created from an implosion based on plaster in an office building, so we don't expect a whole lot of dust.
Nonetheless, Edwards says there's real concern for the stadium's big air handling units, which will be covered. And the curtain should protect the stadium's first level, which is not enclosed by glass.
We're obviously hoping that to minimize any damage and actually to have no damage, but at this point in the project, we're still 6 months from opening, so we still have sufficient time to repair a few panels of glass. It won't be catastrophic at all. It won't affect the opening.
And in about 20 minutes, actually about 19 minutes or so, those folks will give the order, the button will be pushed, and we'll find out if all those preparations actually worked to protect the Steelers' new stadium. Ken and Patrice and Stacy, I'll tell you what, there are some folks who are nervous about this, and there are others who are so optimistic, they say, don't worry about it, the stadium will be fine. We'll have to see what happens.
John, I had an opportunity to talk with Doug Loizo about a week, 2 weeks ago. Remember when the Pinzer building came down and all the dust that came out of that? I don't know if he told you the reason for all of that dust or not, but apparently when they built these old buildings like that, they put soot in between the floors as insulation. So that's why when we see that, the Pinzer building come down, we saw all that black, sooty smoke that came, or dust that came out.
There's also a lot of dust that comes from implosions due to plaster in walls in office buildings and those kinds of things. And for that reason, they don't think we're going to see as big of a dust cloud coming out of Three Rivers, because basically all that's left is structural concrete and steel. There's some walls in there, but not very many left, and they expect the dust cloud to be minimal. And at this point, it feels like the wind has dropped down to almost nothing.
All right, John, we'll be checking back with you in probably about 15 minutes or less from now. All right. And as we draw closer to the implosion, we should take a moment to relive the greatest sports moments in Three Rivers Stadium and NFL history.
Terry Bradshaw tells us how he remembers the Immaculate Reception.
You know, the last game, people talked a lot about, you know, was it going to be sad? And I said that it was, you know, bittersweet. There was sadness to it. But I really just was, you know, so thrilled with all the players that had come back and our own team this year mixing with them, and it was just a really very happy occasion. But I went over there the other day and saw the stadium and saw, you know, they're tearing it down. And I'm one of the few people, I guess, that you could say that saw it being built. I used to go over there and climb the ladders, going on every floor. And to see it, you know, really being torn up, that was, that was a little bit tough.
Sure, for Mr. Rooney, it's a little bit tough to see it come down, although he's got an exciting new stadium coming. He says that the Immaculate Reception is one of the greatest plays he's ever seen. And as we mentioned, Terry Bradshaw has some memories of it as well.
I think it was 66 circle post, split backs, tight end right, a seam route by the halfback, a post by the split end. And 66 meant that the fullback had to stay in and block, which is Franco.
Hang on to your hats. Here come the Steelers out of the huddle. Terry Bradshaw at the controls. 22 seconds remaining. And this crowd is standing. 50,000 of them. Seeing their team go behind by 1 point. And Bradshaw back and looking again.
I just looked up and I saw a black jersey down the middle of the field, so I just cranked it.
And there's a collision. It's cut out of the air. The ball is pulled in by Franco Harris. Harris is going for a touchdown for Pittsburgh.
And I heard the roar. And before I got up, I knew I'd thrown a touchdown pass. I just wondered, you know, how I did it. And the guy that I see, you know, did it lead him perfect? Did he catch it and go down? You know, I was trying to think, who caught it? How did he catch it? And I just thought to myself, man, I did something great here. And I was really proud, until everybody started telling me what happened. And then what little confidence I had came back. But it was such a great play.
He's right. It was a great play.
He can tell it probably better than anybody. I mean, from his
absolutely.
perspective like that, it's great. We are now down to, we'll call it, what, 13 minutes before it comes down.
that soon.
Yep,
it's coming
coming
that
up.
soon, folks. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we will be back commercial-free until the implosion of Three Rivers Stadium. 12 minutes and 32 seconds.
You know H.J. Heinz Company for ketchup, pickles, and baby food. But did you know Heinz produces over 150 leading brands sold in 200 countries?
I'm Bill Johnson. Heinz is proud to be among the most admired food companies in the world. When we needed to expand, we looked no further than Pittsburgh, our home for 130 years.
2,000 Heinz employees work downtown and on the city's North Shore. More will join them here as Heinz continues to grow. Heinz is proud to be making a difference in our hometown.
Gathered over for Corbett, back to Mario, walked in there, Jogger. Jogger wheeling deal, comes in, looking, shoots, with a rebound, scores, Lemieux getting the goal, is 4th and 4 game.
Penguins fans, make sure you take advantage of the Penguins' new Flex 10 plan. Buy 10 tickets in any combination and get a discount off the gate price. To find out more, call today at 1-800-642-PENS.
Say good morning with McDonald's Hearty Sausage McMuffin with Egg Sandwich. Classic breakfast tastes, all nestled in a toasted English muffin. For only 99 cents.
Change things up.
Get crazy with McDonald's new taste menu. Try our tangy McRib Jr. sandwich, an old favorite and a fun new size and a great price, just 99 cents.
All right, the countdown to the implosion continues. Just about 10 minutes to go now. We're going to be commercial-free until we watch that stadium crumble. The view you're seeing now from the Goodyear blimp high above the North Shore of Pittsburgh. The final moments of Three Rivers Stadium after 30 incredible years. Think back to opening day there, July 16th, 1970. The Pittsburgh Pirates lost to the Cincinnati Reds 3-2. Ironically, the same result as the opening game at Forbes Field, the 3-2 loss to Cincy. And wouldn't you know it, the first game at PNC Park, April 9th this year, Pirates will be playing Cincinnati. Good crowd down here at Point State Park awaiting the implosion. People were expecting to come out here last week, then the delay. They're here in force today. A lot of people like me have their masks ready to go, preparing to be enveloped by that cloud of dust. But overall, as we've been talking about all morning, a big sense of excitement, not only over this implosion and the fireworks to come immediately following it, but also what's to come for the future of Pittsburgh sports teams, the Pirates in their new stadium, PNC Park, and the Steelers in their new stadium. Brenda Waters has been talking to people who've come out here all morning long. Let's switch over to her now and see what people are thinking as we are counting down the final moments of Three Rivers. Brenda?
Okay, Ken, a lot of folks. I cannot believe how packed this place is. But before I talk to some of these people behind me, I want to read another KDKA poll. Now, the poll, according to our poll, 90% of Pittsburghers say that they attended an event at the stadium over the years. And we also asked if Pittsburghers hope to attend a game in the new stadium this year. Now, this is the answer. 50% at PNC Park say they hope to see a Pirates game this year, and 40% say they hope to go to a Steelers game. Now, that percentage is a little bit lower because, as you know, those Steelers tickets are harder to get. Now, over the years, the 30 years, the stadium has seen more than just football and baseball. We're talking hot concerts like Bruce Springsteen and the Rolling Stones and the Grateful Dead and Genesis. I'm going to talk to some of these people who've been to some of those concerts. Todd, you saw who over there?
I saw the Grateful Dead. It was one of the last shows Jerry Garcia ever played, actually. He died shortly afterwards.
All right. What are your feelings this morning? Are you thinking games or are you thinking concerts? Are you thinking everything?
I'm thinking out with the old, in with the new.
Okay, so you're ready for this?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Sean, good morning. Good morning. Okay. What concerts have you seen over there?
I saw U2, the Rolling Stones, Billy Joel, Elton John, just to name a few.
Okay. So when you think stadium, do you think more sports or do you think concerts?
I think sports.
Really?
Yes, definitely. Love the Steelers.
All right. And Miss Tina.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
Good,
You're
good,
all
good.
perky this morning and happy. Okay, now you've seen a lot of concerts over there too, you said.
Yeah, I saw Billy Joel, Elton John, Metallica, Guns N' Roses. I think that's about it.
Okay, now what about you? Do you think sports, you think concerts when you think of it?
I totally think football.
Really?
Yeah, football.
you go to any Pirates games?
Yeah, I like the Pirates, but more into football.
Okay, they're singing over there. Yeah. Okay, anybody else go to any concerts?
I'm a real good, not a concert. I just remember standing right over there on that ramp there for Hands Across America.
Oh, really?
And all the way across the bridge and around the stadium, all of us were holding hands. And it was sort of interesting because when you went home, you were able to see it all across the country. And it was really, it was really something there.
You have some great memories of the play.
Great memories. And I, too, am saying sports because that's what you always remember, sports.
All right, Steelers. Okay. And what's in the cup, sir?
Cappuccino. Yeah.
Okay, any memories for you this morning?
Grateful Dead concert there. The 1991 playoff game, the Buffalo Bills, we lost, but hey, I'm big Steelers fan, Okay. I love the Steelers. Go Steelers.
Okay, you guys ready? Yeah. Okay, all right, we're ready for the implosion. All right. Okay, Ken, thanks.
All right, Brenda and friends, thank you very much. Let's bring in John Shumway now. John has been at the command center all morning long where they're actually getting ready to set the charge. We've got our contest winner, Joe King, who's going to push the ceremonial plunger. John, we're under 7 minutes now. What's going on at the command center?
We are under 7 minutes, Ken, and they're making the final checks. So let me run up here to the ceremonial plunger. Liz King's up here. You guys excited?
Oh, very much so. Very, very excited. Yes.
And Joe, you got 7 minutes to go. You getting nervous?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm nervous, but I'm ready for it. I've been ready for it for a week, so I'm ready.
This is going to make a lot of noise, you think, Liz?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I do.
You can tell we're getting close. We heard the siren, the 10-minute siren here just a couple of minutes ago, and since then, Doug Loazzo and the folks from CDI have been incredibly busy. They've been on the radio. They're making the final checks. They've actually got people from CDI who are all around the stadium on the various sides to keep an eye on it. City police have been running up and down the streets on all sides, Ken, just to make sure. Actually, the CDI people have been out of the stadium for quite some time. The main thing they're doing now is to make sure that the area is completely clear of people. That's the critical thing. As we talked to Doug Loazzo a little after 6 o'clock this morning, he told me that the only thing that could delay this thing from going off at 8 o'clock would be concern about they have not completely checked the area to make sure it's clear of people. Other than that, they anticipate an 8 o'clock blast, and as you see on the countdown clock, we're coming up on the 5-minute mark. But they're doing the final checks, and we'll be able to listen to Doug Loazzo as he talks to his crews and gets ready. He'll tell them to hook up the wires, and then that 4,800 pounds of dynamite will go off. And Ken, make sure you don't blink. It's the kind of thing that if you get up and leave the room for a second, it's going to be gone when you come back.
And let's talk about what people should expect, John.
Okay.
First, we're going to hear the booms, and I understand that we won't see anything fall for a beat or two.
Yeah, actually, you'll hear a series of crackle explosions is the best way to put it. This detonator wire actually has explosives in it. And when they set it off, the initial thing that you hear is the detonation wire going off. It'll be a series of crackling booms. And then there are 9-second delay charges inside the dynamite. They actually set off those blasting caps is what they are. 9 seconds later, those start going off, and that is your heavy concussion booms that actually blow the columns apart. Count to 3 after that, everything starts coming down. By 20 seconds, it's on the ground.
And the most critical point, we're looking at it right here, it's that small distance between Three Rivers Stadium and the new Steelers Stadium. John, I imagine they have people ready to go over there and inspect the new stadium first thing.
Absolutely. There are CDI crews and folks from the Steelers are standing by. They want to get over there and get a look at that. The first thing, though, that CDI wants to make sure is that all the charges went off. Now, because they've got people all the way around the stadium, they'll be able to tell and make sure that everything went off as planned. The Steelers have a crew that is going inside what they call the Grand Hall, which is underneath the East Side Concourse, as well as the club and luxury suite level where all that glass is. They're going to go in immediately afterwards and start surveying the damage. And hopefully they won't find any. If all the predictions come true, they'll be able to take down those tarps and find nothing damaged behind it. But obviously, Ken, we'll find out in about 3 minutes that is the critical area. Doug Loazzo has said all along, if they break 5 panes of glass, people are going to point to them and say, you screwed up, this wasn't a successful implosion. That's a pretty tight tolerance when you consider how many tons of steel and concrete they're bringing down only 85 feet away from the new stadium.
Right. Also, Three Rivers Stadium sits next to a lot of ramps and bridges, and there are PennDOT inspectors on scene here, too, that'll be making quick inspections to make sure all of the integrity of the road system is in place before traffic is allowed to flow again. John, I want to ask you one more time about the last-minute preparations. Where is Doug Loiseau right now? We'll talk for a few more seconds, and then we'll stop and just listen.
Okay, we'll show you. Doug Loiseau is now up on the stage with the Kings. He is in touch with the folks who actually have the real switch. And when he gives the cue, Joe King and his mom Liz will push down on the plunger, and then everything will happen in front of us, and we'll see the thing come down. You know, another point that I want to make sure that people are aware of is the whole point of bringing this down, of course, is for the future, to be able to clear, make the parking lots, and make the roads. The Steelers are especially anxious for this because without the roads that will be made way for with Three Rivers going down, you can't get to the new Steelers Stadium. So this is especially critical. Let's go back up here to where the plunger is, listen to Doug Loiseau and all the things that are about that. Ken, is the warning that we're coming up on about the 1 minute mark.
Good luck, Joe. Good luck.
And there you hear one of the final warning sirens.
Hold it up and hold it up.
We're going to watch and listen now. We'll talk to you on the other side.
All right, Mark, warm it up and tell me when you're in the red. Showtime.
Right now. In the red.
All right, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire.
So scary when it just sits there.
Tom Dowd, get Bob in there with the PennDOT. Start inspecting.
Congratulations. Were you okay?
That was good, wasn't it?
Yeah,
they said it looked fine. You know,
it seemed to be when it just sits there for those seconds.
And what you get is we're still going to have that steel section intact, and some of the ramps are going to be a little
Did you
funky.
see the one on television in Ireland they tried to blow up? It's stuck.
I bid that job, and somebody came in at 1/3 my price. It looked perfect.
Looks good. It's dust right now. We're ready
They
to head
said
over. We'll be
Steelers
back
is
to you
good.
shortly.
Yeah.
So what did it look like, Doug?
Go to the new stadium. You got to wait for the dust to clear. It looked great from here. You know, first blush is the new stadium looks fine. It was fun. No, it looked good. As we said, you'll have some steel sticking in the air. I saw one section of the top, but you know, it looked like it was a very safe and successful project.
Came down as you expected.
Well, you know, from this vantage point, but we're 1,500 feet away.
More dust than you expected?
No, and the reason the dust is hanging around as long as it is there's a lack of breeze, but this dust isn't much.
I know you want to go check on things. Yeah. Thanks for talking to us, Doug Loiseau from Controlled Demolition. Ken, looks like you may be getting some dust heading your way.
Is that beautiful? No problem. No, we want to...
talking about the wind blowing. Good job, man. That's great.
Thanks.
He took a look at it.
The blue...
Mark is going in right now.
Okay.
Tom?
All right, we are getting...
When are you going in with the cameras?
Right now.
Andy, right now.
Okay. How do you assess it?
You look great. You look great.
When you say go in, what does it mean?
What a show.
We have PennDOT. Our first priority is to get the interstate ramps open. So they're going in there to inspect those right.
We're listening to Doug Lewis, the master of this explosion, talking about one of the first priorities being PennDOT inspecting ramps, the Fort Duquesne Bridge, making sure everything is safe before they reopen the area to traffic here. I think I can safely take my mask off because the dust cloud is not as bad as we feared, although people in the crowd are rapidly leaving. The spectacle is over, the implosion, the fireworks are done, and people are getting out of the cold. But from this vantage point, about 1,000 feet right across the Allegheny River, it seemed to go exactly as planned. Dramatic, unbelievable to watch it happen before your eyes. The skyline of Pittsburgh now changed forever. And as John Shumway was talking about right before the blast, the key thing that the demolition experts and the Sports and Exhibition Authority and the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to be looking at is that 85-foot gap between where Three Rivers stood and the new Steelers Stadium now stands. There's an aerial view. You see the dust cloud spreading out. This picture courtesy of the Goodyear blimp. We're wiping the dust off of our monitor so I can get a good look at this, but we're still pretty much enshrouded in dust, so I can't give you a good eyewitness description of how the new Steelers Stadium fared, but I'm certain that people are over there right now taking a good close look at it. You think about all we've been anticipating and how we've been looking forward to these 18 or 19 seconds
Ken?
and being told what to expect.
Ken, I don't mean to interrupt, but I want to tell you, we have a photographer who was in position to see the gap between the Steelers Stadium and the new stadium. Steve Willing, he was up in the Community College of Allegheny County looking down. He says it looks like absolutely nothing hit the new stadium, that it came down cleanly and the new stadium came through it perfectly, which is a big relief, and that was the first thing that Doug Loazzo wanted to know, and one of his crews reported back it looked good. We've now got that confirmed from Steve Willing, our photographer, who was up in CCAC and had a bird's eye view of it.
John Shumway, thanks for that quick word. That is good to hear. You're seeing some of the people abandoning Point State Park. The show is over here, but we're still waiting for this dust cloud to lift, and we'll get an idea of what Pittsburgh looks like now. For 30 years, we've been accustomed to that postcard shot.
Please, return to the bleachers.
All right, I'm being told that we're going to take a look at a slow-motion shot now of that gap between Three River Stadium and the new Steelers Stadium. If we have that ready, let's go ahead and take a look at the videotape. Let's watch. Just what they expected, I'm sure. Three River Stadium coming down and the new Steelers Stadium covered with the canvas. It appears to have been no damage at all. Another view. That image will be seen nationwide, coast to coast. A lot of interest in this, not only here in Pittsburgh, but all over the United States. And what it leaves behind now is these mounds of debris, 100,000 plus tons of concrete, 8,000 tons of steel. This concrete, some of it will be crushed right there on site, and it will be used as fill for a new riverfront park. Some of it will be going up to Leetsdale to be part of the fill for an industrial park going in there. And some of it will just be trucked away and end up in a landfill in Ohio. And then you've got the 8,000 tons of structural steel that just came down. Some of that will be sold to scrap dealers. That's worth a lot of money. $500,000 is one estimate that we've heard. And these go to, the funds go to the demolition company. That's part of their deal, is that they get to do what they can with the remains of Three River Stadium. All right, it was quite a show. Let's go over to Brenda Waters, who watched it along with some of the thousands of people here at the Point. Brenda?
Hey, Ken. We're turning the camera around right now. I have some folks standing here with me. One is a Cleveland Browns fan, but he came in today. Tell me, what's your reaction to all this?
It's very sad to see it go. sad moment in sports because my Browns, a lot of memories down here. Browns, Steelers, great rivalry. Now moves on for a new generation.
All right. Okay, then. Okay, what's your name?
Nicole.
Nicole. You've been here for a while. You were here before I got here this
Yes.
morning. And you've been waiting for this. Your reaction to this now?
It was great. I mean, that stadium came down in less than what they said it was going to come down. And I've been coming to Three Rivers since I was a year old with my dad. And I miss it, yes, but I can't wait till PNC and the new Steelers Stadium open.
All right, thanks, Nicole. Okay. And you said a little prayer, you said, when the stadium went down.
Yeah, I said it was like a farewell to an old friend. I said, so long, old friend, I'll see you in heaven.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, good.
I'm breathing Three Rivers right now. It's in my mouth. I can't believe it. So that's what it tastes like.
Okay, all right. Did you feel anything when it went down?
Yeah, saw my first baseball game here. Little shot to the heart. So, little memories going by.
Well, thanks for your reaction, guys. Sir, any reaction from you?
Oh, it was great. I'll never forget it. It's a lifetime memories. It was beautiful.
All right. Okay, thank you. Ken?
All right, Brendan, what was it like in the crowd as it was happening, as the blasts were going off and the stadium started to crumble? Let's take a look at a piece of tape, the fan's eye view. Go back inside Gateway Center now to Stacy Smith and Patrice King Brown, guys.
All right, thank you, Ken. You know, from our vantage point in here, Patrice, for me, it was that delay. You heard the explosions, you saw those little flickers of light,
Right.
And then finally, it seemed like maybe this thing is going to
I know, there's for a moment you're thinking, it might not happen.
This is what I'm happy to see our director pull this up. This is from the Goodyear blimp. This is now, from the aerial view, we can see what Three Rivers Stadium, what formerly was Three Rivers Stadium, now looks like.
And this is the change, the beginnings of the change, the Pittsburgh skyline. As you can see, the other two stadiums, you see the Steelers stadiums close by, and then, of course, not on your screen at this moment is PNC Park, but it is definitely a change in all that smoke. Although it's not as bad as I think anybody anticipated.
No,
You know, the cloud and the dust.
I think this is our from our skyline, and this must be from the boat, I believe, where we have a camera positioned. To see what was Three River Stadium. I think our sports guys, John Steigerwald and Bob Pompiani and Ed Bouchette, are also standing by in our newsroom. And was it bittersweet for you? I know it wasn't for you, John. You thought that this is nothing but a pimple, but
At least as a baseball stadium.
as a baseball stadium.
Ed Bouchette left. He wanted to go out inside and see, and I have to admit, we were also told not to leave the seats, but we
did anyway.
We went against the directions. We run out. We have a great view right outside the door here, John, so we couldn't pass that up, could we?
No, and you could feel it. We're here at Gateway Center, obviously, and on the side of the building facing the stadium. And we were holding the door open, and the windows here in the building were rattling. So
yes,
we could feel it here I'm in sure the you studio. guys felt it in there. Yes, Yeah. So anybody who was downtown, they felt it, and not only emotionally. If you felt it emotionally, you felt it physically.
You know, the interesting thing here, too, you see these structures, these big structures of steel that are still standing, are part of the stadium there. Now, that looks like part of the stadium didn't make it down all the way. Or am I looking at the new stadium?
That's the new stadium.
That's the new stadium. Okay.
And we'd be in big trouble if that were the case. Another one.
Well, no, because the outer rim, the upper rim of the stadium was supposed to just come down and collapse on top of the other section. Part of the stadium.
I'm a little concerned. I left a pair of sunglasses over there on that last game against the Redskins. You think if I got over there that somebody might have gotten those?
They may be able to find it for you.
Yeah, John, they'll look for you for that.
You know, it's interesting. We talked to Dan Rooney, who had obviously mixed reactions about this thing because of so many great memories. But I asked him, I said, where are you going to be, Mr. Rooney? He said, well, I have many options. He was invited on a private boat, you know, going up and down the rivers. He could have done that. But he's also a licensed pilot, and he said, I'd be curious to be up in the air. So I'm not sure what he did, John, but he had many options.
I was just thinking of something as I'm looking at, you can see the new ballpark, PNC Park there, and I saw a lot of people in the crowd who were obviously not old enough to have seen baseball games at Forbes Field, and I've been thinking about this a lot and talking to a lot of the guys who grew up here and my friends and people like that who saw games at Forbes Field.
there is an entire generation of baseball fans who will be going to games here at PNC Park this year who have never seen a baseball game in the kind of a ballpark where a baseball game is supposed to be seen. If anybody feels bad about what you're looking at right there, that pile of rubble, it'll be over the minute you see you'll see what a bad baseball park that was the minute you step into PNC Park.
Okay. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, and this is a perfect example of it when you just keep this memory in mind, and you won't be feeling sad at all the first time you set foot in that new baseball park.
I think you're right, John. That's part of the structure I was telling you about that was still going to be left there. John Shumway, Patrice, I think, is standing by with
Yes,
something.
it's Command Center. John?
Pass along a couple of things to you guys. Number one, we have somebody who has been inside the Steelers' new stadium. There were, as we've told you all along, cameras inside Three Rivers. Those cameras were wired to recorders inside the new Steelers stadium. Now, the folks who went in to get the videotapes out of those machines say that they have seen the windows from the inside, and it appears that none of the windows were broken inside the new Steelers stadium, which is obviously one of the things they were concerned about. At this point, CDI and their crews are going in to do a post-implosion check. A couple of things they're looking for. Number one, they want to make sure that all of the explosives went off. They can do that quickly by looking around and just by the way things fell. If something doesn't look right, if it looks differently than what they expected, then at that point they'll be concerned that possibly they have a charge that didn't go off, but they don't really expect that to happen. The other thing is just to see if it came down the way they wanted it to. Now, I heard, Stacy, you mentioned something about it looked like some of it was still standing. The steel superstructure of the roof, as you see there, is sitting right on top of all the concrete that came down. That is exactly what was supposed to happen. They actually expected some of those pieces to be sticking way up in the air, and I don't think they're up in the air nearly as far as they anticipated. They were able to drop, and if you think about this, it's pretty incredible. 5 levels of concrete down into what used to be the first level and just a little bit of the second level. That is a lot of concrete compressed down into a very small area.
That is.
What'll happen throughout the day today, though, is they'll start getting in there to dig through it, Stace.
All right, you nailed it, John, exactly the way it was going to happen. This is a replay, once again, as to the stadium coming down. You should see there, you see those little flashes. And look how long it takes.
It stays.
It just stands there, and then on the left side, we'll start to see it to come down first.
Yeah, the area around Gate D will drop first, and, as expected. And according to Doug Loazzo, it was pretty much right on the money what they anticipated would happen.
This, of course, is a slow motion view of it, so it's even taking longer than it seemed to. There it goes, right over there. It's exactly the way they wanted it to happen, wasn't it, John?
Yeah, right on the money, and it comes around dropping. You see the marquee and stuff there around Gate C, dropping down and out. Notice how it drops out.
Yes.
That's what they meant it to do. They felt like if they tried to drop it all straight down, it basically wouldn't fit. That's why they had to drop the gates out and the rest of the portion in, so there was room for that area next to the stadium to actually come in, next to the new stadium to come in. Now,
this is another vantage point we have to see it come down. This is in real time, and you can see it just comes crashing tumbling right down, and then the fireworks.
Yeah, the fireworks.
The Zambelli folks were right on the money, weren't they?
I tell you, John, the only thing we're missing here is a parade starting at the Mellon Arena, making its way all the way down to the point.
Maybe Bianchi Trison will put some of the debris in, and we can run them down the parade routers out there. But Bianchi Trison for the next 3 to 4 hours will be cleaning up. They're running street sweepers. They're trying to get the area reestablished, and then they'll start attacking all that stuff.
By the way, I don't know if you can see it, John. This is one of the best vantage points we've had so far, to see that superstructure from the top that did not just come to pieces. It's still in large pieces like that.
Yeah.
Just came down and sat right down on top of it like they expected it to do.
We were talking about how we felt it here at the stadium. We've been receiving calls that people in Findlayville and Monroeville felt it fall, and are now starting to see the smoke as well. And all the dust. And speaking of the dust, we know Ken's been standing in it for a while. Let's go down to Ken Rice at the point. Ken?
Boy, Patrice, it really was not that bad. We really, I don't think, took the full hit of it over here at the point. It started heading to the west, sort of down toward the Ohio River, and maybe that's where we're hearing from people who are getting it now. But not bad here, and it's cleared up beautifully, and we have a great view of the North Shore now, I guess, as it must have looked back in the 60s when it was just an industrial wasteland over there before they started building Three Rivers. If John Shumway is still with us, John, I hope you are, because I want to ask you about that easternmost wall, the side closest to PNC. That's the part that doesn't look, from my vantage point, as if it was fully imploded. Was it?
What you are seeing, Ken, is actually the superstructure of the roof. I mean, we're on that side, and it's pretty much down. The only thing that really is sticking up is the remainder of the roof. And what you see on that side is what was anticipated to look like all the way around. I think the roof actually broke a little bit better for them in other areas. Look at the picture that you're seeing. You almost, if you look at it, it looks like a V sitting on its side. What they did was they went through and pre-cut what would be the bottom of that V, so that the idea was it would all collapse down. Obviously, that section didn't quite collapse as much as the rest of it, but bringing that superstructure down and sitting on top of the concrete is what they expected. I think that they probably didn't cut that steel quite far enough, but that really isn't a problem.
The interesting thing, too, if you take a look at this blimp shot, guys, is that there's not much debris in the middle of Three Rivers Stadium. It just fell right down.
I guess I could have been in there after all, Stacy.
Yeah, you're right. We had mentioned that, John. You were going to be assigned to that position. You could have stayed there. Yeah.
Well, it'll be interesting now to see the view from those cameras that were inside.
Yeah,
that will be fascinating.
Can I
to
ask
see the place crumble?
Ken and John, is traffic moving again now?
All right, we're going to take another look now.
No, it is not. They still have it closed off. I did talk to the guys from PennDOT. They have done their inspections. They do not find any structural damage. But to give you an idea of what it would take to damage those roads, when I talked to the folks, they said on a seismic scale, they would have to get a reading of 2 to do damage to the roads. They anticipated this would be less than a 0.5 reading. And based on the way it came down, they may have even gotten less than that. So they didn't expect any damage. The main thing is they got to clean all the dust off the road before they can reopen it. And they expect to do that very shortly. Not yet, though, Stacy.
That's a beautiful shot we have from the Goodyear blimp just a moment ago, showing it what it looks like now.
And look at the river. I mean, it's a
beautiful
day here now.
It is.
It's a gorgeous morning, and now you can see a lot of boat traffic.
It's a new dawn, a new time period for Pittsburgh, and its sports stadiums and enthusiasm of what the future will hold for it.
Stacy and Patrice?
Yes.
John and I have been discussing what I don't know what the future holds for that particular site over there, but what is the early reading? What's going to go over there?
What's going to be in between when?
We had been told, I understand, that there were going to be it was going to be parking and roadways, because as John Shumway mentioned earlier, if the roadways were not placed there, no one could access the brand new Steelers Stadium. At this point, there's no way to get there.
Patrice, what will be there is up in the air at this point. There will be, we can tell you the immediate future, they'll cut 3 120-foot wide paths for roads through the area. As you're looking at that picture right there, one will go on the left-hand side. That will be the continuation of North Shore Drive. One will go right through the center. That will be the continuation of General Robinson Street. And then the third road will actually be across the top, right beside the Steelers' new stadium. That will be Steelers Way and will actually become a big party zone prior to Steelers football games. The rest of the area, the Rooneys have talked about putting in an amphitheater in the upper left-hand corner of your picture, right there where Steelers Way hits North Shore Drive, and then other, as they say, retail and entertainment development in the other areas. But we still don't know exactly what that will be, and at this point, no developers have stepped forward to do it.
John, what I was thinking about was in the immediate future. I mean, you're going to have baseball games played there within the next, within 2 months. I mean, what is going to be there before an amphitheater is there, and is it just going to be a pile of rubble for 6 months, or how are they going to keep that cleaned up?
It'll all be out of there by April the 27th is a deadline when all of the debris should be gone. The immediate deadline is March the 19th to get the roadways cleared and start constructing those. There will be a temporary North Shore Drive built around the Steelers Stadium and around the debris of Three Rivers and cut through Lot 4, so that if you're coming to the ball games at PNC Park on opening night or any time in the first month or so, what you'll have is a temporary road that will take you around the Steelers' new stadium and Three Rivers and over to PNC Park. And then eventually, when the road is cut through the debris and they're able to build it, they'll have the new road there. Then John, to answer the rest of your question, April the 27th, once they get all of the debris from Three Rivers out of there, they're going to build surface parking lots. They will be in existence until whatever development comes, and they anticipate those will be open for parking. Probably we're looking at sometime around June or July for the last half of the Pirates season, and certainly there for the open of play at the Rooney's new stadium, whatever they're going to call that.
And one last thing I wanted to throw in there, it's not on this shot, but one of the earlier shots from across the river, I think the people at CCAC are going to be real happy with this, because you can see that they exist. Right there.
Yeah, they got a great
Look at
view,
that. Nobody's ever seen that.
That's very good point, John.
Property all of a sudden.
Yeah, you had to be on the other side of Three River Stadium to be able to see it.
There they are. They're prominently displayed now.
Yeah, maybe they'll put up a big neon sign or something.
Right. And Stacy, they have now reopened the roads. So obviously it's the all clear on structural integrity of the roads. Traffic is flowing again through downtown, and I would imagine there will be a few people come by just to drive by and take a look throughout the day.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm sure there will.
Go ahead. I was just going to tell you that they've reopened the river as well. You know, the stadium is gone, but 22 minutes here, and the vultures are coming by to inspect the carcass. I'm looking across the Allegheny now. We've got 3 Gateway Clipper boats. The Keystone Bell is right up there in front, getting a good close-up look at the rubble there. And we've got the blimp overhead. We've got helicopters overhead. I guess they're going to start letting the barges through here again now. So on the roads and on the rivers, traffic is getting back to normal. And it's just going to be, you know, amazing to think that when this is parking lots and it is roads and whatever development that it was, you know, it'll sort of be like Oakland when you're standing at that old wall from Forbes Field. You'll have to remind yourself that, you know, you might be standing or having a burger or parking your car where Franco caught the Immaculate Reception.
Yeah, it's. I have to ask you, Ken, what's your gut reaction when when the smoke was or the dust cleared and you look back over there and it wasn't there anymore?
Yeah, it's stunning. I'm staring at it now, and I still am not quite believing my eyes. You know, you just became so. That was just ingrained in your mental image of Pittsburgh. You think of that postcard view, the Golden Triangle, and that big bowl off to the left. And you know, to look at it now and not see that bowl there, my mind doesn't quite believe what my eyes are looking at. And again, you know, once this area is developed and that riverfront park is in, and it looks the way that it's supposed to look in a year from now or 2 years or whatever it is, it's going to be even harder to remember that there used to be that big concrete bowl there. Not that I'm going to miss the bowl, because much like John Steigerwald, I was never a fan of the aesthetics of the place. But you know, you think about all the history that happened there, and it is amazing to think that just in those 19-20 seconds, it all vanished.
It did.
Hey, Stacy.
Yes, John.
You know, we've done an awful lot of stories the last 2 weeks about this place, and I'm sitting at dinner with my 14-year-old son, Clay, on Friday night, and he said, "Hey, Dad, what are they going to do about all the road signs that say Three Rivers Stadium?"
I had never thought of that, John.
I hadn't thought of it, so I called PennDOT.
Oh, of course. You're good buddies, yeah.
Yeah, I talked to Dick Scringer, and he says, well, we've been thinking about that, and at this point, they're not going to do anything.
Okay.
They figure anybody who hasn't been living under a rock knows it's not there now.
It's not there anymore.
And what they're going to do is, eventually, they're going to mark the North Shore as what is here, PNC Park, whatever the Rooney's name their stadium. But because Mellon Bank paid PennDOT to put the Mellon Arena name on the road signs, PennDOT says, well, you know, that's the precedent, so PNC's going to have to cough up the money to put PNC Park on signs, and the Rooney's, or whoever their sponsor is, are going to have to cough up the money to put that name on the sign. They have to wait till the Rooney's make a decision. I talked to Cy Holzer about it last night from PNC. He says they're ready. They've been ready for a while to do that. So look for new road signs, but not until the Rooney's name their new stadium and are willing to pay for it.
John, do you have any idea about parking tomorrow? Are commuters going to be able to head over that way at all?
Absolutely. The parking lots will be open. Alco will be there to collect their $3, and you will be able to park next to the rubble just as you have been as they've been preparing for this. But let me add something about that, Patrice. You know, you all were talking about the number of people who are coming by to gawk and they're taking pictures. No doubt, a lot of people have in mind, I want to get a rock from this place,
right,
especially now that it's down. Yeah. Well, the security people are still here. They're going to be here, and they're not letting anybody into this site. And as you can see from the pictures, There wasn't anything blown out beyond that security fence, and the security fence is well in place. So don't even think about coming down here thinking that it's wide open, you can pick up debris and walk out. The fact is it's going to be very tight security, and they want to make sure, partly because it's still a demolition site and it's not safe, and they don't want anybody getting hurt.
No, they will be bringing in the heavy equipment, the cranes and the bulldozers and everything else now to start clearing that rubble away and putting them in the trucks to haul it out of there. So there's going to be a lot of activity, and still a dangerous area just for people, because while something may be standing right now, gravity will take its toll and pull something down.
Sure, and there'll be shifting, and we have to remember those security dogs, John, you pointed out the other day.
Yeah, they were
remind
nasty.
people those dogs are out there. That's right.
Something else I want to throw in here about the new stadium. Having traveled with the Steelers the last several years, I've seen an unbelievable amount, actually, of new stadiums. And again, any nostalgia you have for the place that just blew up, blew in, I guess would be the correct term, that's fine, and those memories will never go away. But when you place yourself inside that stadium, if you've been in Three Rivers for a football game, you will not believe the difference between the way it's going to be watching a game in that place you're looking at right there and the one that just disappeared.
There's no doubt about it.
The other thing we should point out,
over on the North Shore also with on not North Shore, I'm sorry, on the Point
On the
State
point,
Park.
Brenda's over there.
Brenda.
Brenda, you've got some people with you?
Hey, guys, I have some friends here. I have two VIP young men here with me. Hi, guys.
Hi.
Now that the dust has cleared, what do you think?
Bunch of rubble.
Bunch of rubble.
Yeah.
You think you'll miss it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, but it's just rubble right now, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, now you guys were taking pictures here?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that. Your VIPs and how'd that come about?
It was okay.
Last name, Zambelli.
Okay, your last name is Zambelli?
Yeah.
Oh, their last name is Zambelli. Okay.
That explains a few things.
Okay, you get to get some good pictures?
Yeah.
Okay, what about you guys? What do you think about this? The dust is cleared. You can see what it really looks like now. What are you feeling? It was fun. Fun to watch it go down. How about you?
It's cold.
It's cold. I'm with you on that, sister. Okay, what do you think now? The dust is cleared. You can see that it's no longer there. The stadium is gone. What are you guys thinking?
I don't know. It was great. Just sad to see it go.
Are you glad you got up this early to come out?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Looking forward to the new ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any special memories you want to tell me about from the stadium?
I was a bat boy for the Pirates last year, so.
were you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know. Looking forward to the new ones, though.
Are you too old to be a bat boy this season?
No, I don't think so.
You're going to apply for the job?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Then. Okay, sir, how about you? Any regrets about getting up this early?
No regrets at all. It just was over so fast. I mean, I wanted to see more, you know, a boom. And
Oh, you wanted the implosion to go on for like 10, 15 minutes or so?
yeah, I wanted to see. Let the dust clear now, but it's just a bunch of rubble now. It's like bricks and steel twisted.
Ah, that was the idea. And I love that hat.
I was a little too close.
Just blew your hat off?
That's right. But it was fun.
All right.
Enjoyed it.
All right, then. How about you?
I enjoyed it because I'm really from Chicago. I've been here 23 years, and I had an opportunity to be in that stadium when we had Donnie Shell and Keith Gary. They used to go to my church, Pentecost Temple, and they used to give me tickets. And Bill Robinson, when he played for the Pirates, he used to give me tickets, and I used to sit there with his wife a lot.
Okay, so
I
you
had
have
great
some special memories, too.
Yeah, and
All
then
right.
also I worked on PNC Park, so I got history and great memories of it.
I can't stop this man from talking. Okay, Ken, thanks, guys.
It's an emotional morning, Brenda, for him and for a lot of us,
Yeah.
watching that stadium crumble before our eyes. You know, we've been so focused on this implosion locally that maybe you didn't realize that what was going on here this morning attracted some national attention as well. In fact, on Super Bowl Sunday, the New York Times Magazine did a big piece on the impending implosion of Three Rivers Stadium. I want to read you just a couple of quotes from that about the national view, a view from New York City of what Three Rivers was all about. Three Rivers Stadium, the article said, was the place where anyone who'd ever been made to feel small just for being from Pittsburgh finally got to watch his football team beat up any other city foolish enough to send in theirs. And the problem wasn't simply that Three Rivers was graceless, sitting like a giant gray ashtray on the riverside, or that it was dank in the spring and blistering in summertime, or that its sight lines were terrible, or that it was too cavernous for baseball. Three Rivers isn't physically obsolete, says Mark Schneider, chairman of the Stadium Authority. It's economically obsolete. And finally, In Pittsburgh, the handshake between sports and religion is so firm that it can be hard to tell where one hand stops and the other begins. At least a few Steeler fans, thanks to their equally devoted next of kin, had their ashes quietly strewn on the bright
Ken, I'm going to interrupt you. We have, I believe, this is video from inside.
All right, we were telling you
This is the first video from inside.
Right.
Inside.
Oh, wow.
Three River Stadium. We've got the videotape ready for you now. Let's take
that was
our
as far
first
as it
look.
got.
Now, let me explain to you why that happened. Now, I haven't had a chance to talk to the people, but this is something that we anticipated. All of those cameras had cables running out and going to the recorders. Now, if you remember, the portion of the stadium that went down first was the area around Gate D, which is where those cables were. We anticipated that those cables were going to be cut by the falling debris. Here's another view. Can't really tell which way we're looking, but undoubtedly what happened, and this happened when they did the Kingdom, was that debris came down and cut those cables. That's why the video only goes so far. But look at the bottom of your screen. You see the flashes. Those are the dynamite actually going off. Actually, the flashes you see are the explosive detonator wires. Then the dynamite goes off, and then you see it starting to fall, and then it goes to black when the cable gets cut.
Wow. That is interesting view from there. I don't know if our director, Don, can bring this back up again, but I think it must be from the blimp. But, John, you would be interested in this because you talked about how that what do you call it, that walkway, the crosswalk, whatever the terminology used for that thing, back and forth, the ramp. Closest to
the switchback ramps.
Switchback, that's what I'm trying to say. The one closest to Three River Stadium. We had a replay a moment ago that showed that one going out before anything else did, which is exactly what they wanted. Once again, this is from
this is another of the inside views.
Yeah, let's take a look here. There are the flashes.
And here it comes.
And part of the reason they say don't be inside is those flashes shoot rock projectiles through the stadium. So you always have the chance of getting hit if you're inside.
Wow, it just goes to a certain point, and then I guess the cable was cut there.
And it disappears. And it would be actually quite dangerous to be inside. You don't want to be inside anyway, but something like that's going on all around you. It's amazing. Yes.
Stacy, let me point out also, back to what Ken was talking about national attention. There has been a crew here for more than a week from CBS Productions, as in our television network, shooting a documentary about Three Rivers. I had a chance to talk to one of the producers here this morning, and she tells me that they are putting together not only a documentary about the implosion, and here's another inside view coming up, but also about what Three Rivers Stadium meant, kind of along the same vein of what Ken was talking about in the New York Times article. You know, that Steeler teams of the Super Bowl years were so popular around the country, you know, much rivaling Dallas for the team of the country kind of title, that it means a lot to a lot of people. So they're putting together a documentary, and I think she told me it's going to be on the air in April.
All right. Well, we will look forward to that one, too. That was interesting, this last inside explosion shot that we saw, Patrice, because if you notice on the right-hand side, it started to, you could see things start to crumble there long before the entire structure started to come down.
It is amazing. You know, when you watch it, it is amazing, actually, the control, because because it's such a massive structure. And to see it come down as controlled as it did, obviously CDI did a wonderful job.
Now watch in here, you'll see the explosions, and then I think you'll start to see little bits of debris start to fall. Oh, this is a new angle, so I haven't seen this one yet.
We'll see what happens with this one.
Let's see what happens.
Look at the bottom, you'll see those flashes.
There go flashes.
Look at the birds taking off.
Smart birds.
Yeah. Hey, this is probably not the place to be.
And there we go. And we'll go to black again, probably. Whoa, that one stayed up.
That one stayed. Here's another replay. This is the other, yeah.
That last view was toward the Steelers Stadium, and you actually saw the new Steelers Stadium appear in the background as it was coming down. And that would have been the section that actually cut the cables.
Now you see the debris start to fall down in there, and then all of a sudden, the rest of it will start to go. There we go.
Anybody want to use billboard?
Hey, John Shumway, you talked about the new stadium a lot. Have we heard any naming rights? Early on, we heard Marconi was going to be, you know, involved, and then something fell through there. And the Rooneys have been very deliberate in their getting this done? Have you heard any names at all being floated about?
Not lately, Bob. That's the latest that we heard. We had heard that, and that it had apparently, I don't know whether it fell through or if it's just on hold, but they're being very quiet about that. Again, this is that same view, I believe, going over toward the Steelers Stadium, the last view we saw. If you look right before video goes dark, you see the Steelers Stadium. And we should also point out the people getting into the new Steelers Stadium up on the club and the luxury suite level are getting the first view that up to now we've only seen in virtual reality of what it will look like out of the Steelers' new stadium looking toward the city, that great skyline view that you see the one from PNC Park. Well, now you can see the other one from the Steelers Stadium as well.
These are fascinating pictures from inside the stadium, and there's enough of it there to you get the feeling that exactly how it started to come down like that. Now we also have a picture here. This is, I think,
from
this is the
Community
one that
College
Steve
of Allegheny
Willing took
County.
from
Yes,
up at
Steve Willing shot
CCAC.
this was that bird's eye view from the north side. We can see what happens here. I think in just a second we'll start
This
to
is
see
the
those
view
flashes.
of Patrice and Stacy.
Right, from CCAC.
From CCAC.
From the community college, right.
Looking back toward you, but we can't see you, Ken. The stadium's blocked.
Well, in a second.
That's
you're
right.
Well, in a second.
Yeah, Bob, you're right.
You're right about that. Any
Let's
moment
see what happens.
now,
Maybe
we'll
it's in
start to
slow-mo.
see there we go, the
There it
explosions.
This may be the slow motion view that
I
we're
think
going
it
to
is.
see here. I think you're right. So those blasts would be in progress
And
now.
that switchback ramp will go. Well,
And
we
that
can't
is
see
pulled in by wires to make sure it didn't fall back into the Steelers Stadium.
See, yeah, so that you can see again the control that was involved in this.
It looks like they just got dusted.
Yeah, got
Yeah.
dusted. It is amazing that
we
close
did-
too that there was no damage to the new stadium with that kind, because we felt vibration here. People all over the place have been feeling it, the impact of it as it falls, and yet no damage right next door.
And that, of course, is from the other side.
Right.
David Bianchi of Bianchi Trice, the main contractor with the demolition here, referred to this job as really no big deal. He said, you know, when you look at the other projects that they've been involved in, skyscrapers in the heart of business districts, projects not unlike the 500 Wood Street building that was brought down in 1997 to make room for Lazarus, much more challenging. We've been very focused on this one area, that little corner there that was so close to the new Steelers Stadium, but overall, in the opinion of the experts here, this was not all that difficult a job. All right, we're going to take a break now. We'll come back, continue our coverage. Now it's the countdown to the cleanup of Three Rivers Stadium. Don't go away.
Patrice King Brown, Ken Rice, committed to telling the story with no hype, just the truth, and part of the most respected news team in Pittsburgh.
Everyday ordinary kids are making extraordinary contributions to our communities. If you know one, nominate him or her for the Coles Scholarship Program. The Coles Kids Who Care program recognizes kids who volunteered in their communities. Visit your local Coles for a nomination form and rules. The deadline is March 15th.
Business helping business. Every day, companies work together to help one another. Plans are discussed, decisions are made, work becomes more productive, and people are employed. By networking, communicating, planning, and selling, you'll see that our local companies just might have the service or solution you're looking for. Do business with local business and make a difference in our hometown.
Brought to you by Cannonsburg General Hospital and Forbes Regional Hospital, members of the West Penn Allegheny Health System, the provider of choice.
All right, welcome back to Point State Park. Ken Rice overlooking Three Rivers rubble, I guess we'll call it now. Hundreds of thousands of tons of steel and concrete, and they'll have to get busy clearing that away in time for the Pirates' home opener April 9th against Cincinnati at the new PNC Park. John Shumway, we've been talking about all those thousands of of pounds of dynamite, thousands of holes drilled into hundreds of columns. Do they have any idea yet if everything successfully detonated and this really did go as planned, as it appears to have gone?
That is exactly the indication we are getting. They have made the sweep around the stadium, and it does appear that everything went off as anticipated that it would be. 4,800 pounds of dynamite is what ended up being the amount needed to bring the place down in somewhere around 2,800 holes drilled on 5 levels of columns, all wired together. If you just think about the enormity of that, it's pretty incredible. And then when you think about the gap that you're looking at between Three Rivers Stadium and the new Steelers Stadium is only 85 feet. To bring that down, to pull it away from the stadium, and from all indications from the folks that we've talked to, no damage done to the Steelers' new stadium. It's nothing short of incredible. But this was also incredibly necessary in order to get to the next step, to get PNC Park open and to get the Steelers' new stadium open and the roads it needs. And the work on that begins immediately.
Standing on the fresh concrete of the new North. Objective after the implosion is clear. This road needs somewhere to go.
Richard and his crews will immediately come in and begin cutting 120-foot right-of-ways in these sections through the present site of Three Rivers Stadium.
Richard Stern and Bianchi Trison won't get to the rubble immediately.
We'll do whatever cleanup is necessary and try to open up the site for normal use and activity within about 2 to 4 hours.
Then the attack is on.
And it's just moving through and reducing the debris, the pile of concrete and steel. So we'll just have people cutting the rebar and trimming the material so it can be loaded out to the proper disposal sites.
And loaded out quickly.
We think we can get done clearing the rubble in the 120-foot right-of-ways by mid-March. Now, what happens then in mid-March is we start to get into good construction season.
At the new Steelers Stadium, where bathroom fixtures are now being installed, the need to cut paths quickly through Three Rivers Stadium is much deeper than the road surface.
There's a tie-in to utilities that are going to come down General Robinson Street when it's extended across the site where Three Rivers now stands. Our sanitary system needs to tie into that system to actually make the building function.
So it's critical that those two 120-foot paths are blazed through the Three Rivers rubble on time by March 19th.
Our plans have been established to do just that. And then the third road, which is, I think, a Steelers Way, is called for to be ready by the 31st of March. So we feel that we're going to be on schedule with that.
In fact, Bianchi Trison is scheduled to have the entire site cleared by April 27th.
April 27th allows us to go in there and start tackling the temporary surface lots, which will be open then about the 3rd week of July, available for, obviously, for football season, but also for the balance of the baseball season.
So if you're a Pirate fan coming to opening day, or for that matter, for the first month or so at PNC Park, you will go past rubble at Three Rivers Stadium as it is being cleared away. But those roads will be getting in there very quickly. But most importantly for the Steelers' new stadium, they need to get that sewer line in there. Because, Ken, generally speaking, when fans go to the football game, they have need for a substantial sewer system.
Yes, I think that's a very wise thing that they focus on early. John, you were talking about the security, making sure that people weren't tempted to go over to the rubble now and try to claim a souvenir. I don't know how good the security is because, well, hold on, I'm going to take a look now. Can you see this? Let me ask Scott to zoom in here. Right across the river, we've got people walking in what was the blast zone half an hour ago. Can you see these people?
Oh, yeah. Down along the river?
Right along the shore there. Right along the shore. In fact, I've already seen people back on this side of the river with chunks of debris. So, you know, I'm wondering where that security. See this guy running up the hill?
Of course,
where's
the question
security,
becomes,
John?
what's he getting a chunk of?
And how safe is he? You know,
Well,
that can't be a stable scene over there.
No, the depth reception there for you on that side of the river and for our camera is kind of deceptive. There is probably a good 150 feet at least between where he is standing and where that rubble is. There's a large area. Remember North Shore Drive that went around the outside of the stadium? There was a lot of area between that and the inner circle parking before you got to the wall of Three Rivers, and that debris did not come very far out, as we've seen from our pictures from the air. So there's a good distance between them and the actual debris. So they're not that close to it, although camera sure makes it look like it. And by the way, Ken, just got word from CDI. The word is they are ecstatic about how this went.
Good to hear. All right, we're going to take a break now. We'll come back and continue our coverage, the aftermath of the implosion of Three Rivers Stadium. What happens next? Don't go away.
Monday. Can you imagine having triplets? Can you imagine having triplets with a combined weight of just 4.5 pounds? See how these babies beat the odds and go on to live healthy lives. Monday on KDKA TV News at 5.
At last, it's here. A new investment program designed for hardworking people by hardworking people.
I want to set my own goal.
The new Transamerica Goaltender is designed to help you meet the investment goal you set in just 10 years.
I can't afford hundreds of dollars a month.
Invest as little as $60 a month.
And I want my money to work hard.
Your money is professionally managed.
The money's got to be deducted, so I won't miss it.
Monthly investments are automatically deducted.
I want my family to get the money if something happens to me.
If you die during the 10 years, a valuable option ensures your family your entire goal. Call now for free information on the Transamerica Goaltender, designed for hardworking people by hardworking people.
Call 1-888-241-2091 for your free CD-ROM or information package. Or visit our website at transgoaltender.com. There's no obligation. Call 1-888-241-2091.
It's 81 degrees. In Aruba, call AAA Travel.
Studies have shown that introducing a child to music education and the arts improves them intellectually. But have they shown that it's just plain fun? Give your child a gift.
So on this cold Sunday morning in Pittsburgh, Three Rivers Stadium is gone. Look.
It's not there anymore. It's gone. Nowhere to be seen anymore. We have a lot of great replays,
yeah, we do.
slow
Great
motion
shots.
and other ones of the implosion that took place. Now, 49 minutes ago, it went off without a hitch at all. This is the angle, Patrice, looking what?
CCAC, right on Pittsburgh's north side.
Toward the point, and this is the Three Rivers on your left, the Steelers' new stadium on your right, and
there she
goes. Now, I'm going to ask our director whether he has the reverse angle of this one in slow motion or not, because it's something that John Stegerwald did. Okay, I'm just saying, when you get a chance to show in slow motion, watch the particles that come out of the, see, it's exploding right toward the Steelers' new stadium. See all those pieces of concrete come flying out there like that? And as John Shumway said, Patrice, not a single window was broken. It's
damage.
Absolutely amazing.
That's right. They believe there's absolutely no damage at all to the new Steelers Stadium, which is really good news and really exciting. Bob and John, I know you guys are over there watching it, and you snuck out and took a look and felt the impact of it as well.
Yeah, we did. We could not stay here because we were too close to it, and we figured you wouldn't miss us anyways. Right, John? We were
right. The
right
window's
next to
only
the door.
about 25 feet from here, so we snuck out and looked out the door. And actually, we kept the door open just so we could feel the concussion, if that's what that's called. And it was, as I said, it rattled the windows here in Gateway 1. And as I'm watching it, I keep thinking back to the first time I was in that stadium the night that it opened, and how everybody was in awe. To have gone from, and the ironic thing is that people are now going to go in reverse of what happened to me. Some of the young guys now who have watched baseball all their lives in this park are going to go into PNC, and they're going to think it's great. We came from Forbes Field when I was a kid and went in that building that you're seeing going down right there. And we were just it was like I remember thinking it was like a big pinball machine. It just didn't seem like a baseball park, but I loved it. And the scoreboard, everybody was amazed at the scoreboard when at that time there was no instant replay, it was just lights. And I don't know if you remember, Patrice, but they would put the pictures of the players up. And Bob, you remember this.
Absolutely remember that.
They would put the pictures of the players up, and they would do it with light bulbs.
Yeah.
And it would just be like a drawing, and people were just, they thought that was just, nothing could ever be better than that.
It was state-of-the-art at the time. You know, this is one of those cookie-cutter stadiums that appeared all over the place. People were excited about it, but I do remember, John, when we're looking back over the plans, there was supposed to be a cutout section so you could see the viewpoint of the city, and it never happened that way.
Well, that was for cost reasons. It was too costly to keep one side of the stadium open back then.
It was a better idea, though, to look at the skyline.
Which is what we're going to have now.
Right.
These
and
next
it's ironic that now
both
we have
new
it.
stadiums will have a view of the city, which is a wonderful and exciting thing.
And back in 1970, everybody was amazed at what and pleased with what the stadium had. They're going to be just as pleased when they go to PNC Park at what the stadium, what that ballpark doesn't have. And there's some significance in the fact that it's called PNC Park and not Stadium. We should have known back in 1970 when they said that the Pirates would be playing in a stadium that was a problem, because it was a problem for 30 years. Stadiums are made for football. Parks are made for baseball.
And I can tell you, too, we've been over there. You're not going to have a bad seat over there. It's unbelievable when you only have 38,000 seats as opposed to 58,000. When you have 58,000, you're going to get some viewpoints that are not very good for baseball. They're beautiful for football, but not for baseball.
Much more intimate as we look at the Goodyear blimp picture. Let's go back over to the point and Larry.
You know what happens, Patrice, don't you? When something like this happens, there's always an entrepreneur, and I think Larry Richard has found one.
I bet he has, Larry.
That's
yes,
right.
there you go.
With every implosion, there's opportunity. And these gentlemen found a vendor who was selling Implosion T-shirts. What's your name?
Dan Kroll.
Dan, you bought this today?
Yes, sir.
I see it has the correct date. Now, I understand that there were some guys trying to pawn off some Implosion stuff with old dates.
Yeah, up at the incline, said February 4th. And obviously it's 11th, so.
Well, did you enjoy the Implosion?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Castle Shannon.
All right. Thanks for coming down. What's your name?
I'm Dan Kroll also.
All right. There's two Dan Kralls. They have Implosion gear.
Larry, did the Implosion damage Mr. Krall's hat there?
Yes, this is Implosion damage on the top of Mr. Krall's hat, if you can see there, Greg.
Shockwave.
Shockwave tore the top right off his cap, but he's fine. Just let his family know he's fine.
He's fine.
Ken
All right.
Rice, otherwise, is frozen solid. We're going to be chipping him out.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Larry. We're going to attempt a thought here in a minute. We'll take a break. Come back right after this.
When it comes to forecasting the weather, AccuWeather is bigger than the Weather Channel, bigger than the networks, bigger than the Science Center, and bigger than all the other Pittsburgh TV stations combined. AccuWeather and Storm Tracker 2000, simply the most accurate.
Here's the latest concert news from the Post-Gazette Pavilion. You know the music.
Yes, I rock-a-bye, sweet baby Jane.
You know the voice. Now, come see the man. The perfect summer evening of music with the legendary James Taylor. One night only, July 26th. Get tickets Saturday at 10 a.m. American Express is the official card of Post-Gazette Pavilion. Stay posted for more concert news from the Post-Gazette Pavilion, an SFX event.
The two largest news-gathering organizations in town team up every Sunday morning, debating local issues with interesting guests. The KDPG Sunday edition at 11 on KDKA TV.
Three Rivers, The Implosion, is proudly brought to you by the H.J. Heinz Company. The employees of H.J. Heinz Company salute Three Rivers Stadium. By the Pittsburgh Penguins. For ticket information, just call 642-PENS. By McDonald's. We love to see you smile. By the Pittsburgh Pirates. Season ticket packages start at just $180. Call 1-800-BUY-BUCKS. And by G&G Fitness, Pittsburgh's #1 source for quality fitness equipment.
42 years from the planning stage until its destruction and 30 and a half years of life, Three Rivers Stadium is no more.
It is no more. It will be missed, but we are moving on in Pittsburgh to a wonderful new future. 2 wonderful opportunities for our favorite teams, our baseball team, our football team, and it's quite exciting. I was very impressed this morning.
Yes.
See what happens.
Brought it down exactly the way it was supposed to come down.
Supposed to come down safely and effectively. Bob?
Well, I think it's great now. You know, it's finally to a situation where we can talk about the future. I think Three River Stadium had many great memories, John, over the years. We're never going to forget those memories, you know, from the AFC Championship games, and we were part of it on the field watching those great moments, from the Charger game that wasn't. They blew that big lead. From the one of the Colts, you know, the Harbaugh Hail Mary pass, it seemed to take forever. Those are great memories, the baseball memories. But I think now we can move on and start thinking about the future, because I think too many times we're all guilty of clinging to the past, especially with the Steelers. I think now those memories are still there on archives, on videotape and film, but now we can look to something different.
Yeah, and it is a beginning. It's the end of an era today and the beginning of a new era for Pittsburgh sports teams. And I think I go back to early in this show today. You heard from Sophie Maslow. She knew what she was talking about. They should have done this a long, long, long time ago. Let's go to John Shumway.
Guy says they are ecstatic on how it went. Bianchi Trison now gets to work cleaning up the debris. They've reopened the roads over here. A lot of spectators coming by. And Ken Rice, I have a confession to make. I was repositioning to talk to Doug Loazzo as soon as it was over and missed most of it. After all that.
You know what, John? It's on tape.
I'm glad.
All right. I've got Brenda Waters with me, too. Final thoughts?
We kissed her goodbye. It was great.
It was great.
It's a great day.
All right. Full, complete, incredible coverage tonight. KDKA TV News at 6:30. Thanks for joining us and watching Pittsburgh skyline change forever. It has literally been a blast.
That's right.
Have a great
Bye-bye.
day.
Have
So
a good
long,
day.
everybody.
Good morning. I'm Charles Osgood, and this is Sunday Morning. Ordinarily, we look to Hollywood for an escape from real-world problems. But even the movie industry, with all its magic, seems unable to escape the danger it faces right now. For there is trouble in Tinseltown, labor trouble. And the consequences